The Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network is proud to present college baseball from Aubrey R. Moon Jr. Field on the campus of the University of Lynchburg. Hello, softball fans. I am Kyle Haney, hanging out with you on a Friday afternoon. Happy International Women's Day. We always throw the spotlight on the ladies here at Moon Field, but we'll shine in a little bit brighter on this International Women's Day. It's Women's History Month as well. Perhaps we can get into some historical things, and it has been a very good season to start for Lynchburg softball. Maybe not history-making just yet, but undefeated at 4-0 for the Hornets. And, of course, this is a slight change. We thought we were going to be down in Raleigh this weekend for a big event that was featuring multiple teams down in Raleigh, but the weather doesn't look like it's going to cooperate tomorrow as far as softball. So everybody got their heads together and scrambled a bit and started grabbing games against some of the opponents that were going to be in the event. So in this case, it is the Pacific Lutheran Lutes in town to take on the Lynchburg Hornets. And then Lynchburg has also added 2 games on Tuesday against Greensboro. And we'll discuss that a little bit. But no softball tomorrow and Sunday for Lynchburg as planned. But now we get some activity and some action here on Moon Field to start spring break for the Lynchburg students, and Pacific Lutheran on spring break all the way from the Tacoma, Washington area. I guess it's actually Parkland, Washington for Pacific Lutheran, a former NCAA champion. It's a quality program for Pacific Lutheran, and we'll say hello to any Lutes fans that I know we have watching over there on the West Coast. It's still morning over there for the Lutes fans, but it's 1:30 in the afternoon here in Lynchburg, Virginia. Cyan Yamamoto is the designated player leading off for Pacific Lutheran. The batting order goes Yamamoto, Paula Garcia, Zoe Smithson, Molly House, Casey Wright, Riley Wada, Cassidy Dean, Brooke Tilson, and J.C. Simpliciano for Pacific Lutheran in game 1 of a doubleheader. We should mention that. It is 2 today, and then it'll be 2 against Greensboro on Tuesday for Lynchburg. Lynchburg's got Emily Charlton, the senior, in the circle. Southpaw, I think you can see that in your screen already. Swing and a miss there on Yamamoto, and that is out number 1 of the inning. It'll bring up Paula Garcia, the left fielder for the Lutes, as she gets some shared information there from Yamamoto walking off. Paula Garcia, left-handed swinger, wearing number 10. Let's set the defense for you for Lynchburg, as this ball is fouled straight back. Carly Hudnall is the battery mate for Emily Charlton, and she will lead off for Lynchburg. Around the infield, it will be at first base, Madison Barnes. Sarah Watts is at second. The shortstop is Jessica Strickland, fantastic freshman we'll be talking a lot about. At third base, you've got Addison Walter for Lynchburg. In the outfield, Alyssa Teliumtua is in left. In center, you've got Kaylee Hackett. In right field for Lynchburg, senior Lexi Powell, the designated player for the Hornets, is freshman Haley Martin. So Charlton in the circle, Hudnall catching. They developed a great repertoire and relationship last year. That was one that folks talked about, Hudnall and Charlton working so well together. And in a softball season where you're going to have to use multiple pitchers, a lot of times you're going to have to use multiple catchers as well. There's a ball down in the zone from Charlton to even the count at 2-2. Pacific Lutheran 3-5 on the season thus far for the Lutes. Coached by Tracy Barrett in her 6th season, over 100 wins already for Coach Barrett. Another foul ball, this one towards the Lynchburg dugout. For Lynchburg, their outstanding head coach is Dawn Simmons, a 97 Lynchburg grad. She is in her 24th season. Dawn Simmons is closing in on 700 wins, Lynchburg fans. Sitting on 694 right now. Oh, great change piece there from Charlton. Pulled the string and struck out Garcia. Both outs via the K so far for Lynchburg. And the right fielder, Zoe Smithson, steps in to bat third for Pacific Lutheran. Yeah, Dawn Simmons, 10 straight seasons with over 20 wins. That does not count the COVID-shortened campaign where Lynchburg was 8-8. But just sustained success. Coach Simmons has had 30-win seasons 12 times. So basically half of the time that Coach Simmons has been here, Lynchburg has been 30 wins or more. So impressive from a program that has always been good. Even when Coach Simmons was playing here, she seems to have taken things to another level. Now Lynchburg looking to take even a further step, get back in the NCAA tournament this season. Long way to go, though. We're still in early March. 0-2 count as Charlton is cooking early. Fastball just missed outside. Looked to be a fastball anyway. With the softball pitching fans, you know they can be so difficult to decipher all the different pitches. And as a pitcher, that's exactly what you want. You want the broadcaster to have a hard time seeing it. Pacific Lutheran have a hard time touching it early. 3 strikeouts for Emily Charlton. And we'll see the Hornets come to bat here in the bottom of the first on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Carly Hudnall, the catcher, will lead off for Lynchburg from nearby Russburg High School. Same color scheme for the Red Devils of Russburg with the red, black, and white. Hudnall was a part of some great teams at Russburg High School, and she's a part of a great team now leading off for the Hornets. It'll be Jessica Strickland, freshman to follow, Haley Martin, another freshman hitting third, and then Tully Umtua, Barnes, Powell, Watts, Hackett, and Walter. They are facing Rachel Reinhart, number 0 for Pacific Lutheran. The Lutes were in action yesterday after those schedule changes. They took on Mary Washington in a doubleheader up in Fredericksburg. Lost game 1, 5-3. Won game number 2, 4-3. Reinhardt on the season, a 3 even earned run average. She is 1-3 in 4 appearances, 3 starts, 21 innings pitched. Struck out 18. Walked 9. Batters hitting .266 against Rachel Reinhart. 2-0 count for Carly Hudnall, who enters the game hitting .333. Hit .281 last season. Not playing every single game last year, Carly Hudnall. But this year, a fixture with the gear on and in the lineup. Hudnall has played in 3 of 4. Slap to the shortstop, going to be close at first. And they did get Carly Hudnall for the first out of the inning. Brooke Tilson throwing across for Pacific Lutheran. Jessica Strickland, freshman, hitting .667 on the season so far. Jessica Strickland, she has played in all 4. 2 doubles and a homer in there as well. So Jessica Strickland not just slapping singles around. As she takes the first pitch for ball number 1. Strickland is from Apex, North Carolina, Middle Creek High School. And obviously, if you're hitting at the top of the lineup and starting every day as a freshman, you've got some skills, you've got some talent. And Strickland has that. Impressive so far. We'll see if she can continue it. I mentioned that the Lutes were in action yesterday. Last time Lynchburg played was last weekend, a doubleheader against Washington, a doubleheader sweep there. Played Methodist the opening weekend at home. 2 wins in those 2 contests. So it's a 4-0 start to the year for Lynchburg. Actually started 4-0 last season, and that was ended up being their longest winning streak. Lynchburg won 6 of 7 to start the year last year. Strickland out front on the change of pace. And now the count is even at 2-2 with 1 out in the bottom of the first. Lynchburg won 6 of their first 7 last year. Record ended up being 24-19. Had another 3-game winning streak in there last year, but their longest winning streak of any kind was to start the season at 4-0. Strickland got under that. Should be an easy grab for Reinhardt. She does come out of the circle to make the play for out number 2.
Now batting, designated player number 25, Haley Martin.
The DP is Haley Martin, another freshman for Lynchburg. Number 25 is from Orange, Virginia. Right-handed hitter from Orange County High School. I was checking out the Lutes roster and their geographical spread of players. It's so fun and impressive, but put that thought on hold because Martin swings at the first pitch and grounds it to the shortstop. The inning is over. 3 up, 3 down for both squads. Donuts after 1 here at Moon Field in Lynchburg. The mound meeting is over, and we're set for inning number 2. Molly House, the first baseman, leading off for Pacific Lutheran. The Lutes have a young team. In addition to that geographically, I don't even think that's the right word, diverse team. It's 11 freshmen for Pacific Lutheran, 6 sophomores, 4 juniors, 6 seniors, 1 grad student. Lynchburg has a lot of young talent as well. Just in the starting lineup here in this game, you have the 2 freshmen, Strickland and Martin, and then Lynchburg going with 3 sophomores, a junior, and 3 seniors in the starting 9. Emily Charlton in the circle is a senior. 1-2 count for Charlton, who has struck out every batter thus far. Molly House trying to avoid being the 4th victim for Emily Charlton. Off the plate for ball 2. Emily Charlton entering the game. 1 start, 2 appearances, 1-0 with a save in there as well. 4 Ks and 1 walk in 6 2/3 innings. Ground ball foul for Molly House. Charlton was a major force for this team last season and really emerged as the ace of the staff. She was a second-team All-ODAC performer last year. The Old Dominion Athletic Conference check swing for K number 4. Out number 1 for the top of the second inning.
Now batting.
Yeah, last season, Emily Charlton, as a junior, was 10-7 in 23 appearances, 2.41 earned run average. She was tied for the team lead in wins with Kaylee Dorsis, who is back this year as well for Lynchburg. A true 1-2 punch in the circle for the Hornets. Struck out 64 in 98-plus innings last season. This is back to Emily Charlton. As a sophomore, she led the team in innings. Over 119. She was 13-5 her sophomore season. So it's a healthy resume for Emily Charlton. A great career thus far as she continues in the circle today. 30 wins in her career. 30 and counting. 1-1 count on number 11, Casey Wright, the catcher for Pacific Lutheran. Charlton catching a spot there on the inside corner. Good pitch. Casey Wright is a senior from Federal Way, Washington. And here's the first out that's not a strikeout. A nice grab over there by Addison Walter, who is ready for the hot shot. And that is out number 2 of the top of the second inning. Let me tell you about the geography for Pacific Lutheran. 9 players from the state of Washington, 8 from California, 6 from Hawaii, 1 from Idaho, 1 from British Columbia, Canada, and 3 from Oregon. I love that for the Lutes. A true West Coast vibe and power for Pacific Lutheran. Ground ball right side. Ooh, that got through. We'll see if that's a hit or an error. It's going to be an E4. E4 for Lynchburg. That was Sarah Watts, who had to move to her left, her glove side. Seemed to slide over there well, and then that final hop just kind of jumped right over the glove. So there's a runner on. The first runner of the ball game for either team is Riley Wada. We didn't even get a chance to talk about Riley Wada from Honolulu, Hawaii. 5'1" senior is on the bag. And now it's Cassidy Dean hitting with 2 outs in the top of the second. See if Charlton can pitch around the air. Another good location pitch. Outer third at the knees. Tough to hit. 0-2 count. Charlton looks like she's in complete command right now. There's a windmill on the pitch, and it's strike 3. Charlton has sat down 5 with the punch out, and a runner is left stranded for Pacific Lutheran. We're through 1.5 at Moon Field. Still no score. So glad to have you hanging out with us here on a Friday afternoon, softball fans. Kyle Haney in the press box with 3 of my great pals. And then 1 outside. Ricky's on the camera outside. And we'll have more friends to meet and greet for game 2. We'll change our lineup slightly. You assume both softball teams will change their lineup slightly as well, as is usually the case in a college softball doubleheader. Rare to find a team that goes with exactly the same lineup. And if somebody does, then that'll be fun. It'll give us a talking point. Number 17, Alyssa Taliumtua in the batter's box for Lynchburg, the sophomore from Yorktown, Virginia. getting to play a whole lot more this season. Comes in hitting .500 so far, 4 games in to the 2024 campaign. Taliumta was one of those late-game defensive replacements, but also an offensive spark plug off the bench in a lot of scenarios last season for the Hornets. Oh, so you got to wear one, look like right between the shoulder blades. That's a hit by pitch of the first base runner for Lynchburg. Last season, Taliumtua played in 29 but started 5, so that sort of backs up and confirms what I was talking about. She was a real spark plug off the bench for the Hornets, but a starting role this season. This is Madison Barnes. She's hitting .200 in 2 games played this season. First baseman is a sophomore. Bunt shown. Looked like Barnes got a piece of that. Umpire called a foul ball, so that is strike 1. Madison Barnes is sorry, lost my train of thought there, fans. Madison Barnes is a sophomore from Halifax County, Scottsburg, Virginia. High school teammates with Lynchburg's second baseman, Sarah Watts. Good bunt put down by Barnes. That'll advance the runner. And now there is one in scoring position for senior right fielder Lexi Powell. Yeah, Barnes and Watts, outstanding softball players for the Halifax County Comets. Couple high school teammate combinations on this team, actually. Yeah, Lexi Powell and Bree Hodges, both from William Byrd High School, both seniors. So they've spent a lot of time on softball fields together in their lives. Like an off-speed pitch in the dirt from Rachel Reinhart to Lexi Powell. Lexi Powell was featured on one of our social media features, our Instagram Reels, the Lynchburg Reels. Had a good time learning more and hearing from Lexi Powell. So much great content available to fans on the social media platforms. And, of course, the website, lynchburgsports.com. Sign up for the email alerts for Lynchburg. And then you will also get the sports blog as well. If you sign up for the email alerts, hold that thought as Powell ropes one of the shortstop. One hopper, good throw across to get the out. There's 2 away in the inning. This will bring up Sarah Watts from Halifax County High School. Yes, if you sign up for the email alerts, you also are signed up for the sports blog now, right? Which has been great. The sports blog is back. So much great information in there. And that blog is more than just giving you the schedule and things, fans. There's some great content about what our teams and our athletes are up to. Yours truly might even get to guest star on the blog at some point, write a few things here or there. Or maybe I should go under an alias. Maybe I'm already on there under an alias. No, now we're getting off the rails early here, and it's only the bottom of the second inning. Lynchburg looking for runs here with 1 in scoring position. Watts off the end of the bat ends up being a slow roller to the shortstop. Beat it. Watts was hustling down the line, and the ball did take a while to get to the shortstop, Brooke Tilson. That'll be an infield hit, first hit of the game for either team. No, Lynchburg's listed with 2 hits already. Could that be right? Anyway, we'll double check. Runners at the corners for Lynchburg. Here's the center fielder, Kaylee Hackett, the senior from nearby Appomattox County High School. So much local flavor in the mix for Lynchburg. Hackett wanted the first, but it's foul. And it makes the count 0-1. Kaylee Hackett, 375 so far this season. She hit 343 in 40 games played last year. Pretty solid numbers there for Kaylee Hackett. Waiting on the pitch for number 0, Rachel Reinhart. 0-1 count. Hackett sprays it to right, and Lynchburg's got their first run of the ball game. Taliumtua hit by the pitch. Eventually she comes around to score, and Lynchburg is on top early. Back-to-back base hits for the Hornets. Offense might be starting to get cranked up here. It's the third baseman, Addison Walter. With 2 on, 1 in scoring position, The threat still on for the Hornets in the bottom of the second. Nice to get that first one across, though. Always feels like a psychological hurdle that you've cleared for a softball coach when you get one. And oftentimes they start coming a little bit easier, but not always, especially against quality opposition like the Lutes from Pacific Lutheran. National champs in 2012, actually won 2 NAIA national championships in 92 and 88. Always a good program. 27-16 last year. They lost out in their conference tournament final. 0-2 count on the 9-hole hitter Addison Walter. Nice take on what looked to be a setup pitch off the plate. Let's see what Reinhardt comes back with. 2 lefties starting for us today. Perhaps slightly noteworthy. Here's the 1-2 from Reinhardt. In the dirt, nice stop, advancing, runners go, safe. Aggressive there from Sarah Watts. Took off on the dirt ball read. Saw that it was down. Could have been a planned steal, actually, from Coach Dawn Simmons. It looked like the break was slightly after when that ball was skipping into the glove. Nice block from Casey Wright, the catcher for Pacific Lutheran. Ground ball up the middle. This could end up being tough. They record the out at first base. Brooke Tilson is shortstop, active for Pacific Lutheran. Lynchburg gets 1 run on 2 hits, 2 left on, and Lynchburg leads 1-0 heading to the 3rd inning. The game of softball, so much fun. It's fast and furious. As if you're used to announcing some baseball games, the pace of softball can really not catch you off guard, but just force you into making an adjustment. You got to be ready quicker. Brooke Tilson was ready and swinging at the first pitch, fouls it away. Tilson is the shortstop for Pacific Lutheran. She was making all kinds of plays. Tilson, actually, I've got the numbers right here in the scorebook. Tilson has recorded 4 of the 6 outs so far, or she's had the assist, would be a more specific way of putting it, on the 6-3 putouts across the diamond. And now Tilson is hitting with a 1-1 count, make it 1-2 after another foul ball. Brooke Tilson has started and played all 8 games as the shortstop, hitting .292. She is 7 for 24. This is game 9 for Pacific Lutheran, game 5 for Lynchburg. Charlton. High heat may have been the rise ball or just a high fastball, but either way, that is strikeout number 6 for Emily Charlton, who seems to really have it going out there for Lynchburg. Emily Charlton cooking. I think she had a 10 strikeout game last year. I know I'm slightly getting ahead of myself, fans. Hard up the middle, glove side. Good action there on the field and throw by the freshman Jessica Strickland. That is out number 2. Strickland continues to impress in her freshman campaign. Here's the leadoff hitter, Cyan Yamamoto. She is one from Hawaii, which I think that we may have mentioned. And the towns you know, of some of these towns in Hawaii, I shouldn't even try to attempt a pronunciation. So we'll just say that Yamamoto from Hawaii, 5'3" sophomore. I love Hawaii. We got to get Tim LaDuca on to talk about surfing. I am a big surfing guy. Tim's saying that he doesn't know anything. You can ask me then. You can be the interviewer, and I'll talk about surfing. Some of the legendary surf breaks in Hawaii, of course. Pipeline, Waimea Bay. You don't want to attempt those as a rookie, though, Tim. You wouldn't be able to. You really wouldn't even be able to attempt those because the locals wouldn't let you get a spot in the lineup, as it's called. But there's some other spots, you know, some smaller breaks that we could get you on there in Hawaii. And it would be so much fun, a great sporting culture in Hawaii. Well, Timmy says he's going to stick to the hot tub. Let's stick to softball for now anyway. It's only game one of the doubleheader. We don't need to be talking about surfing yet as Yamamoto fouls another one off. She was a strikeout victim in her first at bat. That was the first one of the game for Emily Charlton, who, yes, deserves so much of the spotlight right now for Lynchburg. Here's the 2-2. Off speed, Yamamoto got a piece. It's catchable. Dropped at the end, but that was just on the transfer, taken out of the glove. The out is recorded at first base, and that is how the top of the third will come to a close. Charlton's got it going on. Lynchburg looking to add on to a 1-0 lead. Carly Hudnall, the leadoff hitter and catcher for Lynchburg, is back up to lead off inning number 3 for Lynchburg. The bottom of the third, Lynchburg leading 1-0. Tully Umptua got the hit by pitch. Came around to score. There was a sacrifice bunt in there from Madison Barnes. Sarah Watts a base hit. Kaylee Hackett a base hit. Quality second inning for Lynchburg. Rachel Reinhardt still pitching for the Lutes from Pacific Lutheran. Carly Hudnall, you see with the slap attack there. Only player in the lineup right now going with the slap approach for Lynchburg. Up the middle, tough play. It'll actually be a clean signal for Carly Hudnall. Third hit of the ball game for Lynchburg. They've actually got hits in 3 of their last 4 at-bats. So potentially starting to figure out Rachel Reinhardt just a little bit. And this is the freshman Jessica Strickland. 2 doubles and a homer so far. That's 667 average coming in to the game. Bunt attempt shown from Jessica Strickland, foul ball. She popped out to the pitcher in her first plate appearance. Could have been sort of a two-way concept there on the bunt for Lynchburg. If it's perfect, you get a base hit. If it's less than perfect, you still move the runner into scoring position. Yeah, I think the same thing was on there. That ball just sort of chasing away on Strickland. Tough to bunt. And now it's an 0-2 count. See if the bunt's still on or not. Looked like a curveball breaking away from Jessica Strickland. Freshman Haley Martin is on deck. Here's the 0-2 to Strickland. Got under that one. I think if you watch some softball, you can tell just from that swing why Jessica Strickland is hitting over 600. Just a classic swing, athletic, balanced, but destructive as well. Dangerous. Shown bunt coming back off speed. Got Strickland out front. That's a strikeout. First strikeout of the game for Rachel Reinhardt. And it will bring up Haley Martin. The DP bounced out to the shortstop in her first at bat. Martin, another one, came into the game hitting .667. The two freshmen at the top of the charts for Lynchburg. 6 for 9 for both of those players. Haley Martin has a double, 5 singles. She's driven in 2. Ball 1 just off the plate there for Rachel Reinhardt. Lynchburg stealing bags as well. 8 for 8 coming into the game. Opponents just 2 for 5. An area where Lynchburg has had an edge, the running game. They'll run again here on a ball in the dirt. Perfect throw, got her. That was the catcher, Casey Wright. Blocking, retrieving, and throwing to get the second out of the inning. That'll be the first caught stealing of the year for Lynchburg. Just gave you the statistical note there, fans. 2 outs pretty quickly. See if Haley Martin can get a little 2-out rally going for the Hornets, hitting with a 1-1 count. Here's the pitch. In the dirt. Wright couldn't get to that one. Although as a catcher with nobody on, not as much emphasis on sliding over there to block it, obviously. As we see Haley Martin working on her approach there, rehearsing the swing with a 2-1 count. Runner was erased, caught stealing. That was Carly Hudnall with the third Lynchburg hit, but she's off now. Martin driving it to right, but couldn't get over the outfielder's head. Zoe Smithson makes the grab for the final out of the inning. No runs, 1 hit, none left on. We're through 3 at Moon Field on the campus of the University of Lynchburg. Here we go, ready for the top of the 4th inning from Moon Field, the newly refurbished Moon Field. We have a fabulous new press box. The concourse area here for the fans has been elevated, better seating, better vibes, dugout improvements. There's a slap single for Paola Garcia. That's the first hit of the game for Pacific Lutheran. The no-no is over for Emily Charlton. I would argue she's still throwing the ball very well, though. 6 strikeouts for Charlton so far. This will bring up Zoe Smithson, the right fielder, struck out in her first at bat. Made the nice grab to end the last inning. Yeah, we're in the top of the 4th already. Zoe Smithson, a sophomore from Port Angeles, Washington. Fly ball left side, shortstop Jessica Strickland with the loud call to get everybody away from it and make the catch. Good job by Strickland to take charge there. And really, with that ball down the line, that short fly ball pop up down the line, easier play for your shortstop on that left field line. Second baseman has the easier play on that ball down the right field line. Even on one of those balls where the actual landing position of the ball might be equidistant between the third baseman, shortstop, and left fielder. I get a nickel every time I use the word equidistant in a broadcast. But it is because of the angle that the shortstop is coming from. It is typically going to be easier. You could argue the left fielder's just coming straight into that ball. Fake steal attempt. Looked like Hudnall was ready for it for Lynchburg. It is a 2-0 count, though, as Emily Charlton, a rare time she's fallen behind a batter. Said she's looked in complete command so far. She really has. The hitter is first baseman Molly House. Molly House from Seattle, Washington. And I guess we don't have to give everybody's hometown, but it's just so much fun. Wow. Tim LaDuca, our outstanding Director of Athletic Communications, has just informed us that Lynchburg gets more rain per year than Seattle, Washington. You always hear about it's rainy in Seattle, Washington. But Tim LaDuca has used the science to tell us that that is actually misleading. And I can back up that we do get some rainy stretches in Central Virginia. So I mean, it's actually not that surprising to me, although it does definitely go against what might be the first common thought. 3 more inches per year. I thought it would be something like half an inch. Ooh, Charlton buzzed the tower there, up and in, and that's ball 4 on Molly House. The great baseball pitcher Satchel Paige called that the bow tie pitch, the one that goes neck high inside. He told Nolan Ryan one time that was the best pitch in baseball. Unfortunately for Emily Charlton, as good of a pitch as it might be, Molly House took it, and it's a ball. We're going to get a pinch runner at first base. The catcher, Casey Wright, is hitting, and there's some fresh wheels at first. It'll be number 4, Maddie Cheever. Maddie Cheever, another California product. And now we get an offensive timeout. During these timeouts, this is where we should be talking about surfing and amounts of precipitation per year and all sorts of other things like International Women's Day. Happy International Women's Day to anybody watching. Anybody, man or woman, watching. Because even if you're a man, you've got a woman in your life. Everybody has a mother, don't they? So it's great to celebrate that in women's history. Got to see a history-making coach right there, Dawn Simmons, going out to talk to her team during a defensive timeout. Coach Simmons, not only a fantastic coach here at Lynchburg, but a player as well. Inducted into the Lynchburg Sports Hall of Fame in 2008. She was a 3-sport star. Last losing season for Dawn Simmons. Here's the stat for you, fans. Last losing season for Dawn Simmons was 1999. It wasn't even this century. And that was Coach Simmons' first year, in fact. That's pretty impressive. That's hard to top. Not that everything needs to be topped, but that's incredible for Coach Simmons, who even in the offseason, as we get a foul ball here from the catcher Casey Wright, even in the offseason, Coach Simmons will sometimes help us out at basketball games and keep the scorebook or run the clock. She's just a lifer here at Lynchburg and also a big sports fan herself. As I mentioned, a 3-sport star. Why wouldn't she enjoy watching some hoops in the offseason? Off-speed pitch from Charlton missed. And Emily Charlton looked like she had that thing on a string early in the game, and now it would almost appear she's lost the feel and the control slightly. 2-1 count. She's fallen behind another hitter, the catcher Casey Wright. Foul ball. It'll be 2-2. Lynchburg does have a relief option warming behind the left field fence. Don't know that we'd see that so soon, but you never know. 2-2, 1 out, runners on first and second. Biggest threat of the game so far for the Lutes. That ball missed upstairs, and now the count is full. Riley Wada leading, or on deck, excuse me. Riley Wada is on deck. The second baseman. This is the catcher, Casey Wright. Catcher Casey Wright enters with the team lead and average at 474. That'll take a hit there as she swung at a high heater from Charlton. Out number 2 of the inning, strikeout number 7 for Charlton. Here's Riley Wada. She hits 211 entering the game, 4 for 19. Reached on an error in her first at bat. Left-handed swinging Riley Wada from Honolulu, Hawaii. I keep getting tripped up on Honolulu, which is actually one of the easier pronunciations. Two outs, runners on first and second for Emily Charlton against the Lutes. Wada will spray one towards Lakeside Drive right behind Moon Field. One count. Outfield pretty much straight away, medium depth for Lynchburg. Wada will test the outfield. No, actually, yes, the outfielder will come on to call off the second baseman, Sarah Watts. Watts wanted it, but Lexi Powell was sprinting in. The senior hollered and made the grab, and the threat is over. A couple stranded for the Lutes, but Charleston gets out with the shutout intact, and Lynchburg will look to tack on more runs in the bottom of the fourth. So much activity in the spring sports realm, and then also some winter sports finishing up. We've got Lynchburg athletes competing in the Division III track and field national championships in Virginia Beach. Wonder if the Lutes have anybody down in Virginia Beach for track and field. We'll research. The LHSN research department will find out that answer for you, softball fans. But, yeah, track and field wrapping up. Of course, baseball and softball in full swing. Lynchburg beach volleyball is playing down in Texas. Lynchburg golf heading to North Carolina. Men's golf is in North Carolina coming up. Women's golf is down in Georgia. So we got all that covered. What else do we have? Lacrosse at home on Sunday, men's lacrosse. Women's lacrosse will be in Georgia on Monday, but they have a home game over spring break on Thursday, correct? Women's lacrosse. All the information is available to you on our website, lynchburgsports.com. Because it is a lot to keep track of for the fan that wants to be in the know. If you're a fan of just one team, you probably got that covered. You probably know when the next game is. For Lynchburg, as I mentioned, after today, it will be a home double dip on Tuesday, hosting the Greensboro Pride. Tim and I were down in Greensboro, not at Greensboro College, but close by. So it'll be fun to host a doubleheader against the Pride on Tuesday. It may be yours truly on for some or all of that broadcast. Softball fans, you become accustomed to my guy, Andrew Watson. He'll be back in shortly as well. He may be here on Tuesday. He's away on assignment today. I believe the assignment's in North Carolina for Andy Watson. 3-1 count here in the bottom of the fourth, as Taliumptua swings on that one and fouls it away. Full count on Alyssa Taliumptua. Batting .500 exactly coming into this game, and she was hit by a pitch, so that won't change just yet. And it still won't change. A walk for Taliumptua. So she's gotten hit by a pitch. She's walked. Really setting the table for Lynchburg. She has scored the only run for Lynchburg. She will come out for a pinch runner. Taliumptua 6 for 12 on the season, now with 3 walks, 1 hit by a pitch. She is yet to strike out in 4+ games. The runner for Lynchburg will be number 13, Caitlin Regan. Caitlin Regan, a freshman from Wake Forest, North Carolina. Lynchburg with a nice mix of youth and veterans. Freshmen like Regan, 2 in the starting lineup. Two in the first three hitters, actually, between Martin and Strickland. And then you got the senior leadership, thinking about folks like Charlton in the circle today. Lexi Powell, a senior. Addison Walter, the third baseman. Senior. Kaylee Hackett in center field, a senior for Lynchburg. Strong stuff. The hitter is Madison Barnes. Sacrifice bunted in her first plate appearance. Not doing that here, hitting on a ball that was close. A few groans from the stands. They thought it might have been fair. Umpire was out and on it early with the hands up on the foul ball call. That conviction tells me he got it right. 0-2 count on Madison Barnes. Hitting 202 games played so far this season. See if Barnes can stay alive. Rachel Reinhardt still working in the circle for Pacific Lutheran with the wristband. See the wristband on the glove hand. That's how so many teams are calling the pitches now. Coach just yells out a number sequence. Could be a letter involved, but usually it's just a number sequence. And pitcher and catcher go down the wristband on the spreadsheet, the graph, the chart, figure out what's coming up next. Oh, what a play right there by the first baseman, Molly House, climbing the ladder to take it out of the sky and then get the double play. Sort of wrong place, wrong time for Regan. Not a whole lot a base runner can do on that one. Maybe you could just react a little bit quicker, but that's difficult. It's a double play.
Now batting right fielder number 10, Lexi Powell.
Pacific Lutheran now all of a sudden right where they want to be with 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th inning. Lutes are going to have 7, 8, 9 due up in their half of the 5th. Foul ball from Lexi Powell. Hit 187 in 40 games last season. Lexi Powell would like to have that average a bit higher this year. Easier said than done against tough pitchers like Rachel Reinhardt. Reinhardt is a grad student, 5th year. Only 5th year on the team for the Lutes. Providing a veteran presence for the team in black and gold. 1-1 count with 2 outs. Lexi Powell. Fans are into it here as Lexi Powell swings and misses at that one. Pretty good crowd, especially for a Friday afternoon game that is a schedule adjustment game. Tough to get a massive crowd, but I would argue we've got a pretty good one here. Even the Lutes have some fans here that have made the trip from the West Coast. Powell swings and misses. Strikeout inning is over. Not quite a true 3-up, 3-down for Lynchburg as they did get 1 on, but erased on a double play. And Lynchburg holds on to the 1-0 lead heading to the top of the 5th. We're back on it here in the 5th inning. It'll be a pinch hitter for the Lutes. And that pinch hitter is number 23, Leslie Main. Leslie Main facing the starter, Emily Charlton. Leslie Main is a junior from Warm Springs, Oregon. She's hitting in the spot that Cassidy Dean was in. So it will be Main for Dean right now. Anyway, spot there from Charlton. 1-1 count. That's what Emily Charlton was doing early in the game that had us so impressed. Just nipping corners at the knees, moving it around. Had the off speed going. There's a change of pace ball that didn't get in the zone. Nice stop from Hudnall, but it's a 2-1 count. It's weird because in baseball, a high changeup is usually a bad thing. But sometimes in softball, you actually want the changeup kind of higher because the batter then thinks it's a fastball and they have to cheat to catch up to the high fastball or the rise ball. You get them out front that way. But a good changeup right at the knees obviously isn't bad either. 3-1 count here for Maine. Swings at it right side. Another tough one for Watts. She had an error earlier. That one was tougher to get to. And we'll see what the ruling ends up being. But either way, it's a base runner for the Lutes. Maine is on, and it'll bring up the shortstop, Brooke Tilson. Maybe another change coming here, though, potentially. Or maybe just a pinch runner at first for Maine. Yeah, it looks like Tilson's going to stay in there. And the pinch runner will be Arabella Perez. Arabella Perez from Folsom, California. I said I wasn't going to give everybody's hometown, but again, it's just so much fun. We get to say some different names. I love it. Brooke Tilson is from Woodinville, Washington. Tilson will show bunt, pushes to the right side. Tag applied. Successful sacrifice there for Tilson. Runner in scoring position. That is the tying run. This will bring up Simpliciano, J.C. Simpliciano from Honolulu, Hawaii. The freshman will hit with a runner in scoring position and 1 out. Simpliciano grounded out to the shortstop in her first at bat. See her kind of hitting out of the deep crouch right there. Check swing at that. Strike. 0-1 count. Charlton has pitched so much. She's the kind of pitcher that if she doesn't have one pitch on a given day, she knows how to make the others work to balance out perhaps that deficit. There was one of those high changeups that I was talking about. Comes in as a ball, sounds like. 1-1 count. Good take by Simpliciano to hold up right there. But, yeah, just back to Charlton. I mean, she's so good. She's navigated all those different things. She's made it work when she doesn't have her A game on a given day. She can figure it out as the game goes on. Sometimes you might not have the changeup early, and then you do get a feel for it later on. Charlton just missed the zone there, and now it's a 3-1 count. Another hitter that Charlton has fallen behind. She was not doing that earlier, but a little bit now. Here's the pitch. Simpliciano will foul it back, and the count is full. 1 out. We are in the top of the 5th inning. If you're the Lutes, I like their energy and their enthusiasm. Perhaps even urgency is a good word because you don't know if and when you're going to get another in scoring position. Line drive back to Charlton. Great job seeing it and catching it for the out. Simpliciano hit that on the nose, but in the wrong spot. As Charlton fending off the comebacker for the second out. Yamamoto back up. Third at bat for the leadoff hitter. It's Yamamoto's spot, but it does look like we are going to get a pinch hitter here in the top of the 5th inning. Our umpire has informed us that it will be number 17. That's Emma Ware hitting for Pacific Lutheran, North Plains, Oregon. Emma Ware has played in all 7. She started 6, so she's been a pretty important part of the lineup thus far. Correction. Pacific Lutheran has played 8 games, so Emma Ware has actually not played in every game, but a lot of them. 292 so far in the season. 7 for 24 for Emma Ware. Strike 1 on the lefty. Left on left matchup here. There's another one at the knees for strike 2. Let's see how nasty Charlton wants to get on this one. Might be a setup pitch, or she might go after Ware right here. Yeah, she got her. Painted the corner right there. Emily Charlton has got her 8th strikeout of the game to leave a runner stranded in scoring position. Lynchburg holds the lead 1-0 heading to the bottom of the 5th. A fast-moving game 1. It is game 1 of 2. A double dip day at Moon Field. And we have, for Lynchburg, Sarah Watts leading off. Sophomore second baseman is 1 for 1 in this game. Came in hitting just 125 on the season, so that will go up. Sarah Watts will try to get it up even more now. Rachel Reinhardt still working in the circle for the Lutes from Pacific Lutheran. She has surrendered 3 hits, 1 run. Watts swinging at the first. This will take the left fielder back. Does it stay in? Yes, it bounces off the Y on the Lynchburg softball logo on the fence. Watts got a lot of it. Stand-up double for the sophomore from Halifax County High School. The average will be going up for Sarah Watts. She's got 2 of the 4 for Lynchburg. And in scoring position now for Kaylee Hackett. Center fielder is also 1 for 1. They both got their hits in the bottom of the 2nd inning. That's where Lynchburg scored their 1 run. All zeros up there other than that for both teams. Lynchburg with a lone single run in inning number 2. Strike 1 swinging by Kaylee Hackett. There's nobody out in the bottom of the 5th. Lynchburg looking for some insurance for Emily Charlton, who started very strong and has really continued to be strong. Maybe 1 or 2 little moments there where we thought she might have been losing the field just slightly, but Charlton has gotten it back. Emily Charlton has struck out 8 and surrendered 2 hits of her own against a talented Pacific Lutheran squad. 0-2 count for Kaylee Hackett. Fouls that one straight back. Hackett appears to be on it. Kaylee Hackett last year hit .343 in 40 games started, 40 played, 6 doubles. Did not strike out very much, only 8 times in 40 games. Tough to strike out. She won't strike out here, but lifting this to the left side for an out. The shortstop, Brooke Tilson, comes over to make the grab.
Now batting, third base number 3, Addison Walter.
Here's the third baseman for Lynchburg, Addison Walter. Mechanicsville, Virginia, the senior from Hanover High School. Walter grounded out to the shortstop in her first at bat. Second time through the lineup here for Lynchburg. Carly Hudnall, the leadoff hitter, will get her 3rd plate appearance in just a moment. Assuming there's no double play here, I guess. There is 1 out in the bottom of the 5th inning. Bunt attempt is foul by Addison Walter. Just looking again at the wristband for Reinhardt. That's become so much more popular for teams calling the pitches. Some pitchers don't like to have it on the arm. Obviously, you're going to put it on the off arm, the non-pitching arm. It's typically the way you do it in baseball as well, teams that do that. I kind of like the old school, having the catcher signal it, but I do think it removes one area of doubt. You're not going to get crossed up on the signs, especially when you got runners on second. It's nice to go with multiple signs. Some teams will go multiple signs just with any runners on, just to make sure that the signs don't get stolen. So the wristband, I definitely see why teams are doing it. I guess I'm just kind of old school in general. This ball's over the third baseman's head. Could have a play here. Nope. Coach Simmons will hold the runner at second, but a nice hustle double by Addison Walter. Yeah, I think the Lutes defense was more concerned about Sarah Watts maybe taking a turn and going home, that they forgot that Addison Walter was turn and burn around first base. 5th hit of the game for Lynchburg. How about the bottom of the order has 4 of them? Here's a good, quick little stat for you, fans. 7, 8, 9 in the Lynchburg batting order is 4 for 6. Bottom of the lineup is not taking a back seat to anybody. Here's the top of the lineup. Carly Hudnall is 1 for 2 with a single in her last at bat. Runners on second and third. Big spot here for the Lutes. Infield is drawn in slightly. 1-0 lead. This is one of those high leverage situations here with 1 out. Got the top of the lineup back up here. If you're Lynchburg, you feel like you're in a really good spot, as the athletic director John Waters might say. I know he's enjoying this one. Pulled by Hudnall. Foul. Hudnall was on that, just out front. Although maybe if you're Reinhardt, if it was an off-speed pitch, maybe that's exactly what you want. You might want her to be out front. Interesting little mound conference coming in the middle of an at-bat, though. You don't often see this. But we're having it right here, as head coach Tracy Barrett will go out to talk to her defense. Lynchburg gets a chance to shop it up offensively. 0-2 count. Maybe I shouldn't say you don't often see it, but I wonder if it did have something to do with the fact that Hudnall was so far out front there. Tracy Barrett saying, hey, we got to recognize that. Maybe we make a defensive adjustment. Player to pull. Maybe we got her out front. So now let's go with something even softer. Do you go with something harder? Pitch calling. Pitch calling is such an art and a science all in one. That's a lot of fun. And it's always a little bit of an educated guess, because you can call a great game and a hitter can just be on that day, or maybe they luck into something. Hate to say luck into something. It's skill, but you know what I mean, softball fans. Sometimes you make a good pitch and they hit it. 0-2 count. See what Reinhardt goes with. Looked like something with pace and velocity, but off the plate. Hudnall takes it for ball 1. Do have to be aware of all the bunt coverages on a situation like that. And the slapping with Hudnall adds an element with runners on base as well. 1-2 count, 1 out. Hudnall, line drive to second. Don't know if it was a true flip attempt to second or if it came out of the glove from the second baseman, Riley Wada. But it's an out. That was definitely on the release. So umpire got the call right. Hudnall squared that one up. Lynchburg first base coach was asking the question about the catch. I think, again, that was on the transfer to second. I think that's why the ball kind of went down out of the glove of Wada. She just wanted to flip it to the shortstop covering. In hindsight, she might have been able to sprint over there herself and dive at the bag. But you know how hindsight is, fans. You don't get the benefit of that when you're playing softball. Strickland swings it to first, but lifting it foul. And it's an 0-1 count. Jessica Strickland is 0 for 2 so far in this game. Runners on second and third. 1-0 Lynchburg lead. Still a lot hanging in the balance here, though, in the bottom of the 5th. For Lynchburg's offense, this might be your last best chance. You never know. Strickland out front of an off-speed pitch. Yeah, I like how Reinhardt has thrown that off-speed pitch. I don't know if it's just a true changeup or something else with a little wrinkle in it. But Reinhardt's got it going, 0-2. Strickland going with this two-strike approach where she kind of holds the bat out in front. Swing and a miss. Got her swinging again. Big punch out to leave two stranded for Pacific Lutheran. And they still trail by just the one lone run. We're through 5 complete. Hornets on top, 1-0.
Number 10, Paula Garcia.
Here we go. We're set for the top of the 6th. The leadoff hitter is number 10, Paula Garcia. Enters the game hitting .250. She does have 2 dingers this season, 2 taters, 2 slams. So many fun words for a home run. What's your preferred word for a home run, fans? Tim LaDuca has chimed in. He likes dinger the most. Soph, dinger? So we got 2 for dinger already. Josh? Dinger? Are you guys just saying? All right. Let's get it back. Right. The big owl with the dingers. Now, bomb, it's interesting because when you say bomb, you imply home run, but it also implies that you've, like, really hit it a long way as well. 0-2 count, and how about another strikeout for Emily Charlton? We got to get some bonus words for strikeouts now because Charlton's got 9 of them. It can be a punch-out. It can be a K. Let's come up with a few more.
Right fielder number 5, Zoe Smithson.
I guess you sit them down. You sit the opposing team down. Charlton's season high in strikeouts was 2 coming into this game, so she's obviously blown that away. The senior lefty from Chesapeake, Virginia. Going back to last season, I'm looking for a number on strikeout highs last year. I think she had 10 in a game last season. I'm going to double check. And also the LHSN research department will get on it as well. Emily Charlton looking for career win number 31 in this game. Still 1-0. Nothing's a done deal yet for Charlton or the Hornets. Yeah, so impressive. Struck out 64 last year on the season. This ball laced into center field, but a good play coming on to make the grab in stride by Kaylee Hackett. Hackett was all over it.
Now batting first base number 26.
And there's 2 down in the top of the 6th inning. Did Lynchburg have the rare 2 doubles in an inning and not score? Is that what happened last inning? Nice spot there from Charlton. I think that was really good from Emily Charlton, who again continues to impress. Did hit a little bit earlier in her career. Just a PO now, just a pitcher only now, I think, for Emily Charlton. Was so impressive today. She has struck out 9, 2 away in the top of the 6th. facing Molly House. First baseman made a good little double play earlier in the game. Jump catch and then get back down to, she almost tagged the runner and the base simultaneously on a line drive double play. Season high last year was 8 strikeouts for Charlton. That was in 2023. Let's check the 2022 numbers. 13 strikeouts against Methodist back on February 19th, 2022. So Charlton may not get to the career high. This has been an outstanding day so far for Emily Charlton. Uncanny out there in the circle. Full count with 2 outs to Molly House. House is 0 for 1 with a walk and a strikeout. Foul ball. Try it again. Is even despite spring break getting ready to go in effect here at Lynchburg, we've got student activity all over campus. There's a cricket game that has broke out beyond the right field fence. This ball sprayed foul. So we get a little surfing discussion, and maybe in between innings we'll get cricket discussion if we can get a shot of the game going on over there. I think the game has grown. Our producer, director, all-around great guy, Josh, is saying that the camera just won't be able to pick up and give you the full description of how good the cricket game is. We want to do those guys justice over there. Another full count delivery coming from Charlton. Foul ball right side again. It was a long run for Lexi Powell, but she was on the move. She got close to that. She got a lot closer than I thought she would. A little bit more room down the right field line in foul territory than there is left field line here at Moon Field. Another fun thing about the game of softball, the different dimensions. Of course, you get that in baseball as well. Full count again. Charlton to House. It's been a long at bat. The at bat will end with a walk. Second walk of the game for Charlton. She has walked Molly House both times, a cleanup hitter. You could argue maybe that's tactical. Maybe Lynchburg pitching around Molly House, possibly, question mark. Molly House might fall into that don't let her beat you category. Maybe that would be the phrase that some coaches would use when a team just has one outstanding player. You don't want her to beat you. Let somebody else do it. You're not just going to serve up Jenny Finch a ball belt high right down the middle. You want to pitch around her and then try to get somebody else out. So could be with Molly House. Could be just she got walked twice coincidentally. Another short mound conference there. Dawn Simmons was out of the dugout and out of the circle almost as quickly as she got there. Just a few words for her defense with 2 outs. Casey Wright is the hitter. She's lined out to the third baseman and struck out. She was strikeout victim number 7 for Emily Charlton. We're in the top of the 6th inning. Off speed, got her out front. Going to be a tough play for Strickland. Oh, yeah, side-arming it over there. How smooth was that from the freshman standout? Shutout preserved. Lynchburg will be looking for insurance runs here in the bottom of the 6th. Hornets lead 1-0. All right. Haley Martin leads off for Lynchburg. The freshman hitting with a 1-0 lead and nobody out in the bottom of the sixth. An insurance run or two would be nice here for Lynchburg. If you're one of those elite competitors like Emily Charlton, you don't need an insurance run. You're happy with a 1-0 lead. But I think even in the back of her mind, she would be happy to have a little extra cushion in the run department. And I'm sure Coach Dawn Simmons would feel more comfortable with a 2 or 3 or 4 nothing lead rather than 1-0. And of course, if you can have a big inning and break it open, that's great too. If nothing else, just for your offensive confidence. You trust your team, you know their abilities, you feel good about that, but it's always nice to bust out and score multiple runs in an inning, kind of get something going that way. That can kind of set you up for the second game of the doubleheader as well. So yes, Lynchburg will be looking for more. Rachel Reinhardt has been really sneaky good. Say sneaky good. She gave up 1 run in the bottom of the second, but she's only given up 5 hits. Made some big pitches, by the way, in big spots. Remember, Lynchburg had a couple runners on last inning. 2 hits last inning. They left 2 stranded in scoring position. 2 runners left on in the second inning as well, so that could have been even significantly worse for Pacific Lutheran. Walk there to Martin. Second walk, Lynchburg is drawn. This hitter, a substitute coming in, I think. No, this is Alyssa Taliumptua. It's going to be a pinch runner, I believe. Yes, there will be a sub coming out of the dugout to run for Lynchburg. It looks to be number 23, Bree Carter. No, 33. I was wrong there. 33. Layla Lietzen from Centerville, Virginia. Freshman second baseman is on. As a speedster here would represent that insurance run. Do we have a new hitter as well, though? It is still Alyssa Taliumptua. Bunt attempt. Runner advanced to second. Lietzen was rounding second, maybe with thoughts to get aggressive and sort of in a no person's land there as she had to scramble to get back. But the sacrifice bunt is successful.
First base number 16,
and we'll bring up the first baseman, Madison Barnes. Madison Barnes has laid down a sacrifice bunt. She also hit into that line drive double play at first. Barnes wants the first. Looping foul. Long run for the right fielder. Got close. Got the leather to it, but it is just a foul ball. Madison Barnes is a sophomore. And in 12 starts last season, she hit .238, 1 home run last year for Madison Barnes. 10 hits on the season. So far this year, Madison Barnes is 1 for 5. Scratch that, actually 1 for 6. Lietzen thought about advancing to third, but a good scramble and recovery from the Lutes catcher Casey Wright prevented that. It's a 1-1 count with 1 out. Bottom of the 6th. Lexi Powell is on deck. Actually, maybe another substitute on deck. We'll wait and see. Reinhardt just off the dish outside. 2-1 now. Lynchburg looking to preserve the undefeated record for a bit longer. They come in at 4-0. Pacific Lutheran 3-2. Split a doubleheader with Mary Washington yesterday. Inside pitch that time from Reinhardt. Also missed. 3-1 count. Hitters count for Madison Barnes. Looking to double her hit total on the year. Outfield slightly in on Barnes. That's a strike. And now the count is full. Barnes ready and waiting here. Reinhardt checking the sign on the wristband. Here's the pitch. Upstairs for ball 4. Reinhardt's walked 2 out of the last 3 now. Sacrifice bunt sandwiched in there for Lynchburg, and that's what you have. Runners on first and second with 1 out. Does look to be Coach Dawn Simmons is walking to the umpire with a change. Let's see what the change is. I think it is going to be a pinch hitter. Lexi Powell was in this spot. She was 0 for 2. Maybe change is coming for the Lutes, potentially. Could just be a mound conference. The pinch hitter will be number 26, Bree Hodges. A senior from William Byrd High School. She is pinch hitting for her high school teammate, Lexi Powell, also the senior from William Byrd. Cousins, I'm being told. That's the kind of thing our director of athletic communications, Tim LaDuca, provides. Cousins. Bree Hodges hit .273 last season in 12 starts. This year for Bree Hodges, she is 1 for 3 in 2 games played. Has started 1. Walked 1 time as well. Lynchburg, early in the season, we're just 4+ games in. This is game 5. But early in the season, as a team, they appear to be seeing it pretty well. The hitting approach is strong. They have walked 13 times to only 11 strikeouts. So that's nice when you can get more walks than strikeouts. How about Lynchburg as a pitching staff? They've K'd 22 and only walked 5. Those numbers are adjusted slightly with today's game. I'll update them here in my head in just a moment. Or if you're following along, maybe you can even do the same. Here's Bree Hodges. Ripping at the first and sending it foul. 0-1 count. With 1 out, bottom of the 6th. Lynchburg leading 1-0. If they can hold on to that, they would not be needed to bat in the 7th. Second pitch coming to Bree Hodges. In the dirt. Another nice stop from Casey Wright. Lynchburg has advanced on a couple dirt ball reads in this game. Not that time. Lietzen leading off at second for Lynchburg. Madison Barnes is running at first. Here's the 1-1. Also off the plate for ball 2. Bree Hodges drove in 3 last year. If she can drive in 1 more, that would be a very big insurance run for Lynchburg softball. Here's the pitch from Reinhardt. That one just missed. Better miss that time. That was close. But it's 3-1. Good hitters count now for Bree Hodges. See if she's all in on one right here. Bree Hodges might be sitting on go. Got to get a pitch to do it with. Here it comes from Reinhardt. Hodges did like that one. It's another foul ball into the netting here at Moon Field. Full count now for Bree Hodges. Rachel Reinhardt has walked 2 of the last 3. Sarah Watts on deck for Lynchburg. Here comes the pitch from the lefty, Reinhardt. Hodges, ground ball. Shortstop has nowhere to go. Wanted to go to second initially, and then once that was not available, looked like there just wasn't enough time to throw across and get Hodges at first. Could be a base hit. You can give an error just for slow handling of the ball, or you can't give an error for slow handling of the ball. So Lexi Powell re-enters to run. As I distract our official scorer, that's just going to be an infield single from Bree Hodges. Lexi Powell running at first, and the bases are loaded for Sarah Watts, the sophomore from Halifax County, is ready, willing, and able. She is 2 for 2 in this game. Came into the game at 1 for 8, so sitting on 3 for 11 now. Sarah Watts can do major damage with the bases loaded and 1 out in the bottom of the 6th. It was officially ruled a base hit. 6th one of the game for Lynchburg. Watts has 2. I'll give you the stat again. 7, 8, 9 in the batting order. 4 for 6 coming into this at bat. Although we may have had a score change adjustment. Something from Sarah Watts was ruled an error. We'll see. Our stats unofficial as always. Rachel Reinhardt really pitching with her back to the wall now. She's thrown the ball great, but she's going to have to dig deep to keep this at just a 1-0 Lynchburg lead. As Lynchburg has players in the bottom of this order more than capable, and they've been seeing it well today. 3-1 count. 3-1 count for Sarah Watts. Now or never right here for Rachel Reinhardt. I mean, I guess a walk doesn't kill you. It's only a run, but still, Watts into the outfield. This one is deep. It'll stay in the ballpark, but hit at the base of the fence. 1 run is in. 2nd one coming home. We've got a play at home. Strong throw, and they got her. No, safe. The umpire called safe there at the end. He initially sort of made an out call, then changed it to safe. So that should be 2 runs scored. Head coach for Pacific Lutheran is going to come out and ask the question, I believe, or it could just be another substitute. Coach Tracy Barrett has her lineup card out. It might be a change. I thought maybe she was going to just ask the umpire exactly what the call was, but it's a 3-0 lead. Sarah Watts with a 2-run double. Have a day, Sarah Watts. It's a single. It's a single. I'm sorry, softball fans. Overzealous by me. I wanted Sarah Watts to continue, but the other runner actually stopped at 2nd, so she couldn't continue on. A 2 RBI single for Sarah Watts. What a day, and I think we've got a pitching change. Yes, we do. We'll use this pitching change to get it together up here in the broadcast booth. But Lynchburg, 2 big insurance runs, courtesy of the sophomore, Sarah Watts. A shot at the new pitcher warming up. It's Rachel Trevis for Pacific Lutheran. This will be appearance number 3 on the season for Trevis. She is in relief of Rachel Reinhardt, who did great things, but in the end, Lynchburg was just too tough. A persistent offensive attack for the Hornets, led by their sophomore second baseman, Sarah Watts. 3 for 3 for Sarah Watts. I even tried to give her a double on that last one. It went to the base of the fence, fans. So in my defense, if there were no other runners on, Watts would have had a double or potentially even a triple, really. But the other runner had to hold to make sure the ball was not caught. 2 runners scored. Number 19, Kaylee Hackett, hacking at this, but it is foul, and it will be out number 2. Out number 2. Lynchburg in the inning has 2 walks, 2 hits. Had a sacrifice bunt in there. That was the first out. And now 2 down here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Still 2 runners on. Lynchburg could potentially score more, obviously. Addison Walter, the third baseman, hitting 9th. She has a double. She is 1 for 2 with a double. Sarah Watts, though, 3 for 3. Loving that. Rachel Trevis is the new pitcher, right-hander. I think you can see that. We appreciate you watching the visuals here on LHSN, the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. 0-2 count on Addison Walter. Here comes the two-strike delivery. Nice little bend on that. Looked to be a hard curveball that went away from Walter. Good job to lay off and take it for ball one. Yes, Sarah Watts, she has now, I believe, bumped the average up to 333, excuse me. Sarah Watts now hitting 333 on the season after a 3-hit day. 3 hits in a game will do that for you, especially early in the year. The average will really jump up. 2-2 count with 2 outs for Addison Walter. Takes ball 3. So 3 straight off the plate for the new pitcher, Rachel Trevis. And a payoff pitch is coming in the bottom of the 6th inning. Foul ball. I'll try it all over again. Rachel Trevis, mentioned this is appearance number 3. She does have 1 start. Interestingly enough, in 5 innings, she hasn't struck out any and hasn't walked any. Well, there's the first walk of the season for Trevis, as it was too high for Addison Walter and too high for the umpire to call a strike. Leadoff hitter Carly Hudnall takes off the catching gear and trots into the batter's box for a 4th time today. Bases loaded for Carly Hudnall. She's 1 for 3. Rachel Trevis is a sophomore from Bellevue, Washington, facing the junior from Russburg High School, Carly Hudnall. Off the plate, ball 1. Like the disciplined approach from Lynchburg in this one. They have not chased too many off the plate, if any. Lynchburg has taken 4 walks as a team, but I would argue their discipline has been probably better than that number reflects. That one was just barely touching the bottom of the zone for strike 1. 1-1 count. Bases loaded for Carly Hudnall, as we still debate the preferred terms for a home run. You could just turn it into a homer. A homer here would be a 4-run home run or a grand slam in more popular lexicon. We got to do some deep dive research into when did they first call it a grand slam. Was it always a grand slam, like back in the 1800s? Is that what they called it? Or did they call it a 4-run home run? 1-2 count for Carly Hudnall. Here's a pitch. She'll put it in play, but foul. Slashing it over the third base coach's box there as Dawn Simmons made a little funny gesture. I don't know if she was joking around about kicking the ball back in play, or it was just a kick like, oh man, that was so close. Coach Simmons with a great sense of humor. She's intense. She's a fiery competitor, but never loses that good sense of humor. Another 1-2 pitch coming from Trevis to Hudnall. Ooh, pulled the string, off speed, got her swinging to end the inning, but it's a productive one for Lynchburg. They score 2. Sarah Watts driving them in with a deep single to the fence to give Lynchburg an additional cushion. 3-0. Hornets look to close it down in the top of the 7th. Emily Charlton back to the circle. Try to close things down here for Lynchburg. In the top of the 7th inning, Hornets score 1 in the bottom of the 2nd, and then they add the additional 2 in the bottom of the 6th. Sarah Watts with the ball to the fence that scored 2. Had to stop on first because the other runners weren't sure if it was going to be caught or not. So just a long single for Sarah Watts. But what a day. She did have a double on the day. 2 singles, a double, batting average up to .333 now for Sarah Watts, the second baseman. And Emily Charlton has been really, really good all day. Charlton has struck out 9, walked 2, and surrendered just a 1 hit. That was the change that we had that we were discussing. For a moment, we had the Lutes with 2 hits, but that has been adjusted. Our official score has bumped that back to just 1 hit for Pacific Lutheran. And Emily Charlton, if she can finish this off, I think this one is going to go in her file as one of her all-time best. And even regardless of what happens from here with a 1-2 count, regardless of what happens from here, still been a great game for Charlton. But if she could cap it off, that would be the icing on the cake. Wada to short, mishandled by Strickland. She was going to have a tough time getting the speedy Wada anyway, but that will be ruled an error. E6, third error of the game for Lynchburg. Infield defense in softball, yeah, you know how this is. Softball fans, you just got to be so sharp. I mean, you have to be razor sharp to play the infield in softball. Those runners are down the line quickly. Really, any bobble, and you're probably beaten. Even when you don't bobble a ball, you have to hustle and hurry it over there. Cassidy Dean is the hitter for the Lutes. 0 for 1. 0 for 1. She did get lifted for a pinch hitter when this spot came up in the order last time. But Cassidy Dean is 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Charlton got her maybe with the rise or just a high fastball. Swinging there, 0-2 count. Runner on first. Won't say that runner's insignificant, but the Lutes need 3, obviously, to keep this game going. Charlton went with the changeup, and that's a ball. Emily Charlton looking for win number 31 in her career. 76 appearances. It's not crazy to think that she could even be over 100 by the time her career ends, just depending on how this season goes. I mean, she made 27 appearances in 2022, 23 last year. Swing and a miss. Double-digit strikeouts for the senior. Emily Charlton's got K number 10 now, and 1 out in top of the 7th. 20 complete games in the career so far for Emily Charlton. I think she went right with that changeup again and missed. 7 saves for Emily Charlton, including 1 this year. Just marveling at the career numbers here of a seasoned campaigner for the Lynchburg Hornets. Foul ball. Emily Charlton, she's getting ahead of hitters again. The only little... Again, it's not like Emily Charlton has ever pitched bad, but sort of there in the 4th, 5th, and 6th innings when the Lutes were getting runners on. What a grab there. What a grab on the move by Lexi Powell. How good was that, patrolling the airspace? Lexi Powell, no fly zone as she rips that one out of the sky. 2 outs now for Emily Charlton and the rest of the Lynchburg Hornets. A change coming again for Pacific Lutheran. Tracy Barrett giving the umpire the lineup card. Or we'll look at her lineup card. J.C. Simpliciano was in this spot. And the new hitter will be, see if we can see that number 44, number 44, Abri Kapana, another from Hawaii. Freshman, first year.
Now pinch hitting number 44, Aubrey Capagna.
She represents the last chance, at the moment anyway, for the Pacific Lutheran Lutes in game one. Lutes are in the all black there with the gold trim. Lynchburg in the home whites with the red. Capana takes strike one. Another good job by Charlton to get ahead. I was in the midst of saying that. Charlton was falling behind hitters for a bit, but she has remedied that. Check swing, field umpire does not think there was an attempt, and now the count is 1-1. You can hear the crowd from Lynchburg and also the Hornets bench really getting behind Emily Charlton. They want her to finish strong. Put the cherry on top of a great appearance here. Lexi Powell's not going to get to that one. She was awfully close. Powell moving so well out there in right field, but could not get to that one from the pinch hitter. So that'll bring the top of the lineup back up for the Lutes. Hit number 2 for Pacific Lutheran in this game. That was, again, after an adjustment. And this hitter in the batter's box, whoever it is, because we look to have another change. That's why the slight delay here. But this hitter now will represent the tying run. So not that Lynchburg would be unsettled in any way, but you do know that it's still a game. This will be number 55, Kimera Blakely, another freshman. I think we had a running change as well. Number 22, Kamalani Doctor came in the game. Both freshmen here. Mentioned there's a lot of youth for the Lutes. 11 freshmen on the team. Many of them have gotten work in this ball game. On their trip to Virginia, a doubleheader against Mary Washington yesterday. Now a double dip here in Lynchburg. Pacific Lutheran was supposed to be down in Raleigh like Lynchburg, but the weather forced teams to make alternate plans, and they've worked out. We're glad we get to bring it to you. 1-1 count on the newest freshman in the mix for the Lutes. Charlton upstairs and a ball. Kamara Blakely. Another one from California. 8 from California for the Lutes. And Blakely is 1 for 4 so far in the season in 3 games played. Foul ball there. So here we go. 2-2 count with 2 outs. Let's see if Charlton can finish it off in style with a strikeout. Crowd really coming alive to get behind Charlton again. Looking in for the sign. Charlton's ready with the windup. It is strike 3, another big punch out for Emily Charlton. She rips the mask off and walks to the sideline to celebrate with the teammates. How about a shutout for Emily Charlton? Complete game number 21, win number 31 for Emily Charlton. Hornets move to 5-0 on the season, still undefeated. Pacific Lutheran 3-6. We're going to turn around and do it all again here in about 30 minutes, softball fans. Don't miss the action. Of course, we'll try to recap this one when we get into game number 2 as well. Lynchburg, 3 hits from Sarah Watts. They win 3-0. Emily Charlton going the distance on the mound to win it for the Hornets. All right, softball fans, we are back here from Moon Field on the campus of the University of Lynchburg. We're just getting our lineups together as game 2 of the doubleheader is basically upon us. It kind of snuck up on us. We were goofing off here in between games, having a good time. But now it's time for softball again, and it'll still be a good time, but just on the softball field. Lynchburg wins game 1, 3-0. What an explosion from Sarah Watts, the sophomore second baseman. 3 hits, including a big 2 RBI single that gave Lynchburg a little extra cushion. It was a win for Emily Charlton, a complete game win for Charlton. Ends up being the 21st complete game of her career, softball fans. It is shutout number 6 of her career, first of the season. And getting signals from Tim LaDuca again as we will get our lineups figured out. But back to Charlton. She's now 2-0 on the season, still with an earned run average of 0. She's got 1 save as well. I just love what Emily Charlton did for the Lynchburg Hornets. Outstanding stuff in the circle. 3 runs from the offense. The starting pitcher in game number 2 for Lynchburg is Kaylee Dorsis. Dorsis, a right-hander. You see the velocity there, and she gets strike number 2. 0-2 count on J.C. Simpliciano leading off in center field this time for the Lutes from Pacific Lutheran, who are now 3-6. Lynchburg still undefeated at 5-0 after that nice performance there. The 3-0 win for Lynchburg. What a start. Mentioned last year, they started the season at 4-0. They won 6 of their first 7 last year, Lynchburg did. But now this start, you could argue, even a little bit better at 5-0. Kaylee Dorsis in the circle. There's a strikeout. Strikeout number 1 as Simpliciano goes down swinging. Emily Charlton, by the way, fans, struck out 10. Struck out 11. She struck out 11. Just compiling all the notes here and trying to get everything squared away. Emily Charlton strikes out 11. Awesome. Paula Garcia, left fielder, hitting second for the Lutes. Let's talk about Kaylee Dorsis now a bit coming into the game. She is 2-0. In her 2 starts, she has surrendered 1 earned run. That's in 10 innings. She struck out 12 and walked just 2. So bump that up to 13 strikeouts now. Hitters batting just 152 off Kaylee Dorsis. Emily Charlton is yet to allow an earned run this season. That is in 13 2/3 innings for Lynchburg. Swing and a miss from Paula Garcia. Lineups are similar for both teams, although with some changes. We hinted that changes would probably be coming for both squads. Dorsis, rock and fire, missed the zone there with something hard, up and away. The count is now 1-2 on Paula Garcia playing left field here in game 2. She's a sophomore from Downey, California. We ran down nearly everybody else, the hometown for Pacific Lutheran. Might even not have run down Paula Garcia, though. Swing and a miss. Dorsis has got 2 Ks early, and she appears to be cooking as well. Zoe Smithson will bat third for the Lutes. Smithson hit in this spot. Garcia hit second last game as well. Smithson hit third last game, 0 for 3. Molly House is on deck. She was the cleanup hitter in game 1 as well. So definitely some things the same for both squads. Smithson will loop this one into right field. That's down for a first hit. Good aggressive turn. Might have had a play there at first, but Lynchburg couldn't get it over just in time. Wasn't even an attempt. But that's a base hit for Zoe Smithson, first hit of the game. We got a new LHSN lineup as well. My great pal, Laura Porto, to my right, directing and producing, and Evan Gavin on the camera work, a true multi-talented threat, Evan Gavin. He can do it all. And we even had a discussion about that cricket game going on. The cricket game is still going on beyond the right field fence. Maybe Evan Gavin can get a shot in between innings. We'll see. It's turned into a cloudy, overcast day. We had some sun early here in central Virginia. Clouds now, rain expected tomorrow. Some teams have altered their schedules, and in fact, we're here today because of an altered schedule. If you missed that in Game 1, fans, this was supposed to be action happening in Raleigh this weekend, but that has changed. Dawn Simmons said, hey, we've got a great field to play at here on campus at Lynchburg. Why don't you come down and make it happen today? And that's what Pacific Lutheran is doing. Took on Mary Washington yesterday, split with Mary Washington yesterday. The Lutes, I'm sure, would love to salvage a split here against Lynchburg. That would be the first time Lynchburg tasted defeat this season if Pacific Lutheran can get a win. 2-1 count on Molly House. Foul ball. Now we're even up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Catcher Casey Wright on deck. Molly House was 0 for 1 with 2 walks and a strikeout in Game 1. Let's see what Dorsis goes with here. Runner on first is Zoe Smithson. Dorsis ready with the sign, now delivers, got it in on her hands, good pitch, and it results in soft contact. Dorsis handles that, zips it over to first for the final out of the inning. Lutes get no runs on 1 hit, 1 left on for the Lutes, and here come the Lynchburg Hornets in their half of the first inning. On the way next on LHSN. Here comes Paige Wilson, the starter for the Lutes of Pacific Lutheran. Paige Wilson, this will be start number 5 for her. She has 3 complete games already this season. 2-2 is the record. ERA is 2.50. Paige Wilson has struck out 21 and walked 7. Carly Hudnall leading off again for Lynchburg, wearing the pads back there as the catcher. Hudnall was impressive in Game 1. Swinging the bat, 1 for 4. Did get caught stealing, struck out 1 time. Carly Hudnall will look to get the party started for Lynchburg here in their half of the first inning. Alyssa Teliumtua batting second. So slight change there. Teliumtua was in the cleanup spot. There's Hudnall. Slash approach, base hit bunt attempt, out at first. Good play by the third baseman to come on and make the grab and toss it over. I think that was Brooklyn Gutierrez. First pitch of the game, Brooklyn Gutierrez fielding the hot corner and making a good play. Alyssa Teliumtua scored the first run for Lynchburg. That put them up 1-0. Interesting day for her. Hit by pitch, walked, and a sac bunt. And, scored that very key run. You could argue just an ultra-productive first game, but you don't have any hits to show for it, and everybody wants those. Strike 2 on Teliumtua. Hitting .500 coming into the day. .257 was the batting average last year. Teliumtua is ready in the top of the first inning. Speed on that one for Paige Wilson. to me, you can already see a noticeable velocity increase between Wilson and Dorsis compared to the first two pitchers. Charlton was zipping it in there, of course, but just looks like it sort of jumps out of the right hand there of Paige Wilson. And Dorsis was throwing it hard as well. 2-2 count. Tuliumptua got a piece, but it's a running grab made over there at the third base line. Nice play. Really good catch on the run for Brooklyn Gutierrez. Gutierrez, a junior from Porterville, California. What a play. Is this Gutierrez's first game? I'm just scanning the stats here, fans. We take a moment and enjoy an overcast day. Temperature's supposed to dip this weekend as well. So this is a nice day to play, even though today you do still see some of the blankets and long sleeve shirts and all those things out. Brooklyn Gutierrez played in one game last year, but this is looking like it's her first game of the season this year. So congrats to her. Paige Wilson dealing the cards here with a 2-1 count and 2 outs to Haley Martin, hitting third in this one for Lynchburg. Again, we got the lineup card a little bit late, but Haley Martin is hitting third this game for Lynchburg. She hit in this spot last game. 2-2 count for Haley Martin. Madison Barnes is on deck. She'll have to wait because it's strike 3. Paige Wilson with the punch out, and that is how the first inning will end. Happy International Women's Day, fans. We talked about that during our first game, but Laura Porta wasn't here to hear that. 2 different hears. So we'll say it again. Happy International Women's Day. We always throw the spotlight on the women here on Moon Field, and we have so many talented ladies out there competing. And coaching as well. Can't forget that. And umpiring, although 2 male umpires today. But I digress. Again, fans, the hitter is Casey Wright, the catcher, facing Kaylee Dorsis for Lynchburg, who, again, I think just got some great zip, some great life on the fastball. There's the old up and in to Casey Wright, the catcher. Lynchburg, still, I'm just scanning the lineup, just trying to work out all the details. Georgia Thompson is in the starting lineup. She did not play in the first game, so there's a change. Thompson's playing shortstop, so Jessica Strickland getting a little bit of a rest, at least early in this game. Most of the rest of the defense is intact for Lynchburg. Let me try to run it down for you here in just a second. 3-1 count on Casey Wright. So here we go. The battery mate for Kaylee Dorsis is Carly Hudnall. We've already talked a bit about her. Swing and miss from Casey Wright. Let's go around the diamond. At first base, you've got Madison Barnes. Sarah Watts, 3 for 3 in game one, is playing second base. Georgia Thompson is the shortstop. Addison Walter at third. In the outfield for Lynchburg, as we get a foul ball. In the outfield, you've got Lexi Powell in right, Kaylee Hacken in center, Alyssa Taliumptua in left. That is the same outfield configuration that Lynchburg started game one with. So defensively, the change at shortstop, and then also the change in the circle, obviously, with Dorsis. Full count pitch missed, and that is ball 4 to Casey Wright. First walk of the game for Dorsis.
Second base number 7, Riley Wada.
And now it's an 0-0 count with 1 out. There's no pitches yet to Riley Wada. Outfield played straight away. Riley shows bunt, steal attempt. Good throw by Hudnall, safe. Umpire running in to make the call. The straight steal there from Casey Wright, the catcher, is successful. Although maybe you could argue with the bunt shown, it doesn't quite qualify as a straight steal. Still a steal attempt. Umpire called it a strike. It looks like Coach Tracy Barrett wants some confirmation on that. Did Riley Wada pull it back on the bunt attempt or not? That's the question. I think that was a design play to show the bunt. You show the bunt, try to keep the catcher back a little bit, and then you bring the bunt back. You bring the bat back sort of in the hitting zone. Also just maybe bother the catcher slightly. Additionally, when you show that bunt, you could get the infield moving around slightly. Possibly you missed the coverage at second, although Lynchburg had it covered with Georgia Thompson there. Bunt attempt again, up and out. You see the infield does scramble around. You couldn't see it in that clip, but second baseman rolling over to cover first. Shortstop going to third. And a lot of softball teams will even have the center fielder sprinting in to try to cover second base. Hackett was on the move. See if Lynchburg uses that same rotation again on the bunt. Popped up, foul though. Softball's fun too because you can even have some things like the shortstop will come in and play the bunt on the left side. You can almost invert the defense, if you will. Some teams will defend the slap that way. They'll have the shortstop and the third baseman switch almost. I guess it would make sense if your shortstop is thought of as your best defender. 1-2 count, by the way. Bunt attempt again pulled back. If you traditionally think of your shortstop like that as your best defender, it almost does make sense to try to put them in the place where the ball is going to be hit the most. You could argue, should the shortstop move around more like a rover almost? Should sometimes you switch your shortstop and second baseman? There's one to the shortstop right on cue. Thompson looks the runner back, but the throw is high. That'll be an error. Runner advances 1 base, and now they're at the corners with 1 out. Brooke Tilson is up. Brooke Tilson up to bat. We'll get a short conversation with Carly Hudnall with her infielder, with her infield defense, and also probably the pitcher, Kaylee Dorsis. Do we have 1 out or do we have nobody out? Do we have nobody out? We have no outs. I'm sorry, fans. There's nobody out. Casey Wright, catcher, led off with a walk, stole second. And now Riley Wada on first base after the E6 error by the shortstop. Here comes Coach Dawn Simmons to talk things over with her infield defense now. There's no 1 out in the top of the second inning. And Brooke Tilson, shortstop, will be hitting now. Brooke Tilson, a junior. And she was 0 for 2 with a sacrifice bunt in game one. Struck out one time as well. Brooke Tilson enters the game hitting .292. Enters the day, rather. That's going to take a hit with the 0 for 2 in game one. So much young talent for this squad. You almost can't really go to last year's numbers quite as much for folks like Brooke Tilson. Whereas Lynchburg, other than the freshman, obviously, got a lot to work with. Bunt popped up by Tilson, and that is an out. Not what she would have wanted, and certainly not what the Lutes were looking for there in a sacrifice bunt situation. Now Leslie Main is hitting with runners at the corners, one out. Leslie Main pinch hit, 1 for 1 in game one in her pinch hitting appearance. So she's earned the right to swing it more. Or perhaps this was just in the plans the entire time for Pacific Lutheran. You never know. Leslie Main, weak contact to the second baseman, bobbled slightly by Watts, but she's able to shuffle over and flip it to first. They get the out, but a run does score. And it's Pacific Lutheran with their first run of the day, first lead of the day. 9-hole hitter is Brooklyn Gutierrez. Mention, I think this is Brooklyn Gutierrez's season debut. Gutierrez did have one at-bat last season. Did not get a hit in that at-bat. She's in there now with a runner still in scoring position. 2 outs. The top of the second inning. No hits in the inning for Pacific Lutheran. Not yet, anyway. Dorsis ready to rip there, and that's a strike. 0-2's the count on Brooklyn Gutierrez. See if Dorsis goes with the fastball or takes some pace off. Oh. Hit her in the hand-wrist area, and that is a hit by pitch. It's close to the knob of the bat. And it would be shocking to see Dawn Simmons come out and ask the question, did it hit the knob of the bat? But looks like it did make contact with either the hand or wrist. The cricket game has spilled over to the softball field, and we got a slight delay to get the ball off the softball field. I think they're just using a tennis ball out there in the cricket match, which sometimes you can tape up to make more like a cricket ball. Another inside pitch from Dorsis. That's almost playing with fire because she just hit the last hitter, Gutierrez. And you don't really know if it's a complete miss or if Lynchburg's trying to go inside under the hands. Could be a smaller miss than we realize. Nice pitch there from Dorsis. Low in the zone. May have even been dropping more when the swing from Simpliciano came. She struck out in her first at bat, one of 2 strikeout victims from Kaylee Dorsis, who looks to slam the door here and get her team back into the dugout, just trailing by 1. It's a 1-0 Lute lead. 2-1 count. 2 gone in the top of the second inning. It'll really be deuces wild here if Dorsis gets a strike. One of my favorite situations. If it was a 2-2 ball game, then it would almost be too much to handle, fans, but it is. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and we're in the top of the second inning. No number 2 on Lynchburg's roster. Pacific Lutheran has a number 2. There's the pitch. Airborne, right side. Lexi Powell, we've already talked about her speed and prowess patrolling right field, but even she could not get to that. It's just a foul ball. Runners will move back. Dorsis will look into the dugout for some encouragement from the coaching staff and the teammates. Actually, a little meet up there with her third baseman, Addison Walter. Now let's try this 2-2 delivery again. Georgia Thompson moving away. Went inside again. Strike 3 The big punch out from the umpire on a ball that just barely caught the inner black. Strikeout number 3 for Dorsis, but Pacific Lutheran does score 1 run, and they take their first lead of the afternoon in this doubleheader. Here's the first baseman, Madison Barnes, for Lynchburg, hitting against Paige Wilson, who retired the first 3 hitters in order against Lynchburg in the first inning. We are in the bottom of the second inning. I'm Kyle Haney, an LHSN special, as Andrew Watson will be back before you know it, and maybe some others on the microphone, the headset. Quinn Madden, maybe. Quinn Madden could be a new star for the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Quinn Madden is a player on the Lynchburg baseball team, but he has some broadcasting experience. We have so much talent at LHSN. We're tired of keeping our talent behind closed doors and hiding them. We want you to hear more about them. Maybe an LHSN special on the reels, on the Lynchburg reels. Madison Barnes has popped out to the second baseman. And here's Sarah Watts. She was high wattage in game 1. Sarah Watts, 3 hits, including a long single that this broadcaster thought was a double just because it hit the base of the fence on the fly. Strike 1 on the hard-throwing Paige Wilson. Like what Wilson's bringing out there. See if Sarah Watts can line it up and time it up. There was the off-speed pitch in the dirt. Softball pitching, so much fun. The bevying array of pitches, the arsenal that a pitcher can have in softball. And there's a reason why. Sarah Watts tagging this one. She did line it up, and it's gone. Sarah Watts has left the yard. Have an afternoon. High wattage Sarah Watts. So she had a double and 2 singles in game 1. Now it's a dinger, a homer, a solo slam, oppo for Sarah Watts. She hit it just underneath the scoreboard out to the cricket pitch out there beyond the right field fence. Sarah Watts has tied the game up. Sarah Watts is electrifying things at Moon Field. My goodness, that was awesome. Power to the opposite field as well. It's hard to do. Kaylee Hackett swinging at the first pitch. Casey Wright, the catcher, couldn't quite spring to her feet in time, and that ball drops, even though it was still in the dirt circle there. Dirt semicircle, I guess, if you will. But it's just a foul ball, and Kaylee Hackett has it. It looks like Lynchburg social media is going to have a great shot at the Sarah Watts home run, I think. Check swing. Could be a close play at first. Gutierrez makes another one. Gutierrez flashing the leather over there at third base. Footwork and leather. It's just, easier when you're talking about defense to say they're throwing the leather around. When really all those great defenders make it happen with their feet first, don't they, fans? Sarah Watts caught us in the middle of talking about pitching arsenals in softball. And I was going to say, as Georgia Thompson, the shortstop, takes a strike, I was going to say that is a reason why the wristband might be better in softball, because you have more pitching options on there, and it's probably easier as Thompson flares one to the right side. Underhand toss will be the final out of the inning, but it was a run-scoring inning for Lynchburg. One hit, the homer from Sarah Watts, and we are now tied after 2 at Moon Field. We're tied up at 1 apiece after high wattage Sarah Watts bringing the electricity back to Moon Field with a solo home run in the bottom of the second. Both teams scored 1 in the second. So much fun as Dawn Simmons is looking for win number 696 in this game. Coach Simmons up to 695 after the win in Game 1. Lynchburg did win Game 1 3-0 if you missed that, fans. Good action there. What a start from Emily Charlton. A start and a finish for Charlton, a complete game. And it is complete game number 21 for Emily Charlton in her career. Pitcher now for Lynchburg is Kaylee Dorsis, working in a tie ball game all of a sudden. Unearned run for Dorsis that she gave up in inning 2. Paola Garcia struck out in her first appearance against Dorsis. We're back Tuesday for a doubleheader. Lynchburg hosting the Greensboro Pride. And we hope you'll join us in person at Moon Field or right here on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. These midweek games, although I guess you could argue Friday's not quite midweek, but anyway, weekday games we'll say. There's 1-2 count on Garcia. Swing and miss. Dorsis went with the high heat up and out of the zone for strike 3. 4th strikeout of the game for Dorsis. We know in these weekday games, probably get a bigger group watching on LHSN than you maybe would on the weekends. And of course with Pacific Lutheran, with the team being from the West Coast, we know we've got a lot of Lutes fans watching. We're so glad to have you. We hope it's looking and sounding good in Washington and Hawaii and California, and Idaho and Oregon and British Columbia, Canada, where all these Lutes players are from. They're not all from British Columbia, but one is. The Pacific Lutheran Lutes. What a nickname. Let's get into some of the great nicknames. Did you know that Lynchburg was at one point called the Parsons? The first nickname for Lynchburg sports teams was the Parsons. And at one point they changed it to Hornets because there was an infestation of Hornets on campus. I think maybe specifically at Hopwood Hall, maybe. That's what the story is anyway. Molly House is up after a pop-up. Molly House bounced out to Dorsis in her first at-bat. Dorsis has been doing really well going inside on these hitters, and there's another one right there. Inner third, under the hands with the miss. She has hit one batter, but I would argue pitching inside with great effectiveness. Kaylee Dorsis. 1-0 count, as that one did miss. This ball will miss low, and now it's 2-0. Hitters count for Molly House, who was 0 for 1 with 2 walks in game number 1. Did strike out one time in that game. Emily Charlton struck out 11 in game 1. ultra impressive. 2-0 count here for House. Put a good move on it. Was a tad late, and it's foul bouncing off the visitor's side dugout. 2-1 is the count. We got a little appearance from the Lynchburg field hockey coaching staff is in the house down there. My great friends Noah and Jenny, Lynchburg field hockey representing. We need another headset so we can get some guests going on. We should have some female voices on for International Women's Day. We may turn the headset over to Laura Porto at some point for International Women's Day. It's looking like a hard no from my producer, director, Laura Porto. But you never know. You just never know what might happen. 3-1 count, 2 outs. Good pitch there from Dorsis. And now the count is full. On the first baseman, Molly House made a nice defensive play in game 1. We've seen some good defense all the way around. Nothing, that's maybe going to make a highlight reel, but some really just solid defensive work, I thought. Gutierrez has played a good third base early in this one. Lexi Powell patrolling right field for Lynchburg. Some nice plays. Catching play has been good from Hudnall. And Wright.
Now batting the catcher, number 11, Casey Wright.
Both teams have used the same catcher, both games. Double dips can be tough on catchers. Softball players are used to it, though. Yeah, the travel ball stuff you grow up playing, it's 2 every day, sometimes 3 in a day. They can handle that. There's Dorsis going inside again. It's definitely a noticeable part of the pitching plan for Lynchburg, trying to attack the inside part of the plate. 1-0 count. Molly House is the second walk that Dorsis has issued. Foul ball swinging there by Casey Wright makes the count 1-1. There's 2 outs. I think Lynchburg's got 8-9-1 due up in their half of the third inning, which is coming up shortly. 1-1 delivery from Dorsis. Great spot there. So using both sides of the plate now, in and out. That's what the great pitchers do. And oftentimes the great pitchers are not going to show you the same pitch back-to-back times. Even if they give you a fastball back-to-back, it's going to be in different locations. 1-2. See where Dorsis is going on this one. Got that one in. Wright got to it. It will stay in the yard, though. Catch made in deep left field to end the inning. 1-1 is our score after 2.5 at Moon Field in Lynchburg. You can't say no to great softball, and it's happening at Moon Field as we're in a tie ball game, 1-1. Another fast-moving game. We're already in the bottom of the third. Lexi Powell, the outstanding senior right fielder from William Byrd High School. I think William Byrd was one of those guys back in the day that played cricket, and he wrote about it in his journal, in his diary, in the letters. Those founding fathers, they were prolific letter writers back then because they didn't have social media to put their thoughts on. So So they had to write letters to each other. William Byrd and Thomas Jefferson and all those guys. Lexi Powell, sharp ground ball left side. There's more good glove work from Brooklyn Gutierrez. She is impressed. Again, at the hot corner. Addison Walter is the Lynchburg third baseman. Pretty outstanding glove herself at third base. Lynchburg defensively, an error in this game. A couple errors in game one. Not all errors are created equal. They had 7 coming into the game through 4 contests. So they're up to 10 in 6 games now. I'm sure it's not going to make Dawn Simmons thrilled that her team is making errors, but she's played the game. She knows how tough it can be, especially in the infield. And you got to think. I mean, again, you're not going to be completely error-free. No coach is expecting that. But Coach Dawn Simmons has got her high standard. They're going to continue to work on the defense. It'll get better. Foul ball straight back from Addison Walter. I don't think it's an amount of errors that's going to keep Coach Simmons up at night. Let's put it that way. We could ask her after the game, though. Sometimes that's better than just assuming. But during the game, we can only assume. No in-game interviews yet on LHSN. It's been talked about. It's been theorized, hypothesized. Could LHSN provide in-game interviews? And would our coaches want that? 1-2 count on Addison Walter. Swing and a miss. Strikeout there. Paige Wilson gets the first 2 outs in the third inning. We have Carly Hudnall, the catcher. 1 hit in the first game. Carly Hudnall hit .281 last season. Flared, foul ground on the left side. Carly Hudnall started 28 last year, played in 33. So she started 28 of 43, basically split time as the catcher, and may still do some of that this year. But today, catching both ends of the doubleheader as Lynchburg looks to head to the broom closet for a potential sweep against Pacific Lutheran. Still a long way to go. Hudnall with the slap approach takes a fastball high. Carly Hudnall came into the game 3 for 9, 333. Another ball slapped backward and foul. Carly Hudnall's Rustburg Red Devil team in high school had a real dynasty going for a few years there. She was an important part of that program. Still a great program. Ball 2 is high, and now the count is even at deuces with 2 outs. Hudnall waits on the delivery, just barely got enough of it. Like what Paige Wilson has done in the circle for Pacific Lutheran. Gave up the big fly to Sarah Watts. Big fly, another term for a home run. But other than that, he's been pretty pinpoint. Here's the pitch to Hudnall. Left side. Quick transaction by the shortstop to get it over to first base for the final out of the inning. All zeros that inning for Lynchburg, and we still have a 1-1 ball game through 3 complete. Riley Wada leading off. She
Second base, number 7.
reached
Riley
via
Wada.
the error in her first at bat. Now, she is one that does have some statistics from last year. Hit 376 last season. That was in 36 starts. Couple homers, triples, 7 doubles. 9 stolen bases last year for Riley Wada. She's hitting off Kaylee Dorsis. Slapping one through the left side. Riley Wada's aboard for the second time in this game.
Now batting. Shortstop,
She
number
is the
12,
senior from Honolulu, Hawaii. Porto, you missed the surfing talk in game 1 because of all the players from Hawaii for Pacific Lutheran. It's six on the roster from Hawaii for the Lutes. 9 from the state of Washington, which is where Pacific Lutheran is, Tacoma, Washington area. Bunt attempt here, foul ball. 8 from California. 3 on the roster from Oregon. 1 from British Columbia, and 1 from Idaho. Now, just for fun, that's 5 states and 1 Canadian province there. Successful bunt this time. Dorsis got to hurry. She does. Nice play there to field her position for out number 1 of the inning. Sack bunt from Brooke Tilson. So let's go just for fun and look at the Lynchburg roster.
Designated player number 12, Leslie Nate.
Lynchburg (17) from the state of Virginia. 17 from Virginia for Lynchburg. Lynchburg has 1, 2, 3, 4 from North Carolina. 4 from the state of North Carolina. Another inside pitch from Dorsis. Continues with that theme there, trying to go inside on hitters. Leslie Main dodged the bow tie pitch and got out of the way in time. 17 from Virginia, 4 from North Carolina, 1 from Delaware. Zoe Elliott, a freshman, is from Del Mar, Delaware for Lynchburg. So 3 states represented for Lynchburg, and the Commonwealth very well represented. Sarah Watts from nearby Halifax County will slide a couple steps to her left, make the grab, and throw out Maine at first. The runner does move up. Now it's a runner on third
Now batting.
with 2 down
Number 25,
for Brooklyn Gutierrez, who got hit in her first at bat. Geography is so much fun. I love it, and I even wish I knew more about the geography as we will get a mound visit from Hudnall to Dorsis. Keep talking about Rustburg High School, where Carly Hudnall is from. About 25, maybe more minutes with traffic to the east of campus. Kaylee Dorsis is from Chesapeake, Virginia, the Tidewater area. Sometimes we used to use the term Hampton Roads. I feel that that term has fallen out of favor a little bit. I think Tidewater is more in vogue. I don't know if the area itself has like a tourism chamber of commerce department. I know each locality does, like Virginia Beach, you hear a lot about, of course. But Chesapeake, a very big area in the 7 cities is another one. It's the 7 cities down there in the Tidewater. Chesapeake is one of them. Kaylee Dorsis from Chesapeake will make the final out of the inning. And we're still tied at 1. 1 hit for Pacific Lutheran, but they strand one. And we move to the bottom of the 4th inning at Moon Field. Alyssa Taliumtua,
number 17.
the left fielder, leads it off. Alyssa Taliumtua. Let's get the geography on her. Yorktown, Virginia. In the Tidewater area again. On the peninsula there, Yorktown. A lot of history in Yorktown. Very cool place if you've never been there, fans. And then, of course, you got Williamsburg right there down the street. That's misleading to say down the street. Of course, you know that. But all in the area there. Just a fun place. And I think sometimes when you live in Virginia, Taliumtua will slash one up the middle for a base hit. Second hit of the game for Lynchburg. The other was the homer from Sarah Watts.
Designated player number 25, Haley Martin.
Taliumtua is aboard. Yorktown's, yes, just a little bit further up the peninsula from Newport News and Hampton. And there is a great tradition and history there. Of course, Jamestown would be the other historical spot in that area. Not that Hampton and Newport News don't have their own share of history, but now we're really off track from the softball. So let's refocus our attention on Paige Wilson in the battle with Haley Martin. Martin will send that one towards the parking lot here at Moon Field. Foul ball, 1-1 count. Obviously a key portion of the game as Coach Dawn Simmons delivers the signals from the third base coach's box. In a tie ball game, too, you could argue it's all key. Bunt, successful, back to the pitcher. Nice snap throw from Paige Wilson to get the out. Martin's gone at first. Sacrifice bunt there. Brings up Madison Barnes. And then you've got Sarah Watts on deck.
Number 16, Madison Barnes.
So here's a concept to think about if you're Pacific Lutheran. You would really like to get Madison Barnes out. Then you could have a base open for Sarah Watts, who all she's done is gone 4 for 4 on the day across both games with a solo homer. Double in there as well for Sarah Watts. So if you could ideally retire Barnes here, you would have the option of either intentionally walking Sarah Watts or perhaps pitching around her. I would argue that would be of high value right now. You don't necessarily know that Sarah Watts is going to continue this heater that she's on. But based on what she's done thus far, I would feel a lot more comfortable facing someone else right now. But some coaches don't think like that. Everybody's different. So every coach values different things and sees different things. That's the fun thing about sports in general, but specifically the game of softball. Many different approaches. 1-1 count on Madison Barnes. Inside there from Paige Wilson. She, like Dorsis, is really using both sides of the plate effectively. Even with a ball, you could argue it's still effective as a pitch. Setting up something else potentially. Keep the hitter off balance. Barnes not off balance there. Got good metal on it, but right to the shortstop. And the play is made. Brooke Tilson, maybe not right at her. She did move slightly to her glove side. But it's an out. So they did do what I said would be of high value. That's get Madison Barnes out. Now it's Sarah Watts. Runner on third. You do have a base open. A 1-1 game. Let's see if Sarah Watts can stay hot. Coach Tracy Barrett out of the dugout, moving her outfielders around. Slightly deeper. Must have been high from Paige Wilson. Ball one. Sarah Watts. There's a strike. Evens the count at 1-1. Sarah Watts is from South Boston, Virginia, Halifax County. Paige Wilson pitching to Sarah Watts. Here's the pitch. That one was not close. The runner's going to try to score. Play at the plate. Safe. Taliumtua sliding in feet first. Another run for Lynchburg, and they lead 2-1. Now it's a 2-1 count See what the plan of attack is for Paige Wilson. There is 2 outs. We're in the bottom of the 4th inning here at Moon Field. The pitch from Wilson. Watts. She got a lot of that. How about it? Back to back? Yes, indeed. High wattage again. Pure electricity from Sarah Watts. She is now 5 for 5 on the day with 2 homers, a double, and 2 singles. An absolute power plant, Sarah Watts. My goodness, it's 3-1. She can't miss right now. It looks like a beach ball right now to Sarah Watts. If we could all figure out what she had for breakfast and what the pregame preparation was, we would be wise to duplicate that and emulate that. Sarah Watts, the freshman, or sophomore, I'm sorry. Sarah Watts is a sophomore. Good grief. This is a blast right now. Sarah Watts, by the way, had 3 home runs last year. Those are her first 2 of the season this year. So 5 career now for high wattage. I can't stop saying it at this point. I won't stop at this point as long as Sarah Watts continues this power-producing tear. 1-0 count for Kaylee Hackett. Hackett grounded out to the third baseman in her first at bat. 3-1. Alyssa Taliumptua scored the first run of the inning. A single, and then eventually came home on a wild pitch pass ball situation there. But Sarah Watts has stolen the show. Check swing, foul ball, 2-1 should be the count now. Yep. 2 outs. Again, I would argue Paige Wilson has actually pitched pretty good. But all of a sudden she finds herself trailing 3-1 after just the slightest of an error on a high pitch that allowed Taliumptua to score, and then just a mistake pitch, I guess, that Sarah Watts pumped over the left field fence. Watts has got a homer to right and 1 to left. 3-1, Lynchburg leads after 4 complete at Moon Field.
Center fielder number 1, JC.
This has been a fun day. Always a fun day at a Lynchburg Hornets athletic event. I promise you that, fans. But when you get 2 home runs from Sarah Watts, a complete game from Emily Charlton in the first game, complete game shutout, by the way, from Charlton. Lynchburg won game 1, 3-1. And for Lutes fans, all is not lost. We're in the top of the 5th. There's still a chance for Pacific Lutheran to fight their way back in this game. 3-1 right now is the Lynchburg advantage. Kyle Haney on the headset, having a blast. Nice catch there by Addison Walter. Had to come on a ball that kind of left the bat funny from Simpliciano. It looked like she had a really good swing on it, but obviously didn't get pure contact because that ball just sort of floated to Walter. She had to make the grab on the run, but it is out number 1 in the top of the 5th inning. Kaylee Dorsis continuing to work in the circle for Lynchburg. Lynchburg has used on the season 5 pitchers. 5 pitchers for Lynchburg on the year thus far. Swing and miss from Paula Garcia. She struck out twice against Dorsis. Dorsis got her number right now. But 5 pitchers so far for Lynchburg. Dorsis and Charlton have gotten the bulk of the work. That was, I guess, expected. Again, that's a really formidable 1-2 punch for Lynchburg. They both have really good career stats. Everything would indicate that they were going to be the 1 and 2 this season. But don't forget senior Amela Clausen, who also has thrown 6 1/3 innings this year. And Clausen is going to get some more work going forward. She's appeared in 2, started 1. Charlton has now appeared in 3, started 2. And this is start number 3 and appearance number 3 for Kaylee Dorsis. Logan Curtis and Bree Carter also have pitching appearances this season. Bree Carter is a senior, and Logan Curtis is a junior. So Lynchburg will be graduating some pitching talent. That'll be of high emphasis for Coach Dawn Simmons and her staff, as there's a ball by Garcia ripped into left field. Her first hit of the ball game. Second hit of the day for Paula Garcia. But that'll be a big key for Coach Simmons and her staff. Will be recruiting some pitching talent in the offseason, knowing that you're going to lose some stalwarts in the circle, some players that have really not just kept you in games, not just kept you competitive, but have won games. Complete game shutouts. Emily Charlton added another one of those to her tally. It would not officially be a shutout for Kaylee Dorsis, obviously, because Pacific Lutheran has scored a run, but it is an unearned run at this point. Potential pitching change coming here, maybe. Or is it just a chat at the moment? We'll wait and see. Both teams have 3 hits. Lynchburg has the 2 home runs. Sarah Watts, by the way, we could spend the rest of the afternoon talking about her. First home run was to right field. Then she hits one to left. At this point, I'm convinced she'll show off and hit one to dead center just to prove her skill set even more. Power to all fields. We will be having a pitching change here. It'll be a new arm to face Zoe Smithson. Let's see if it's one of the others that I mentioned previously in that conversation for Lynchburg. And we'll just pause for just a moment here, figure out the change. The new pitcher for Lynchburg will be one of those mentioned. It's Bree Carter in the game for what will be appearance number 2 of the season. She has pitched 1 inning, given up no hits or runs, and struck out 1. There were other players scampering to go warm up. We mentioned Amela Clausen. Amela Clausen has started 1. Charlton 2. Dorsis now 3. This is Game 6 for Lynchburg. They are 5-0 on the season, looking to start 6-0. Won 6 of their first 7 last year. Lynchburg last season, as Carter misses the zone. Just take a look at the power numbers really quick here. Lynchburg last year had 12 homers, just 12, and those came in 10 games. Lynchburg now has 5 home runs through the first 5 games and change. We're not done with the 6th game yet. Jessica Strickland, the freshman, has a homer. Alyssa Taliumtua has a homer. And also Lexi Powell had a homer. And now Sarah Watts has two in this game. I think Lynchburg had 2 games last season. They hit multiple home runs. Lynchburg stole 66 bases last year. This season coming into the game, they were 8 for 8 stolen base-wise. We know they got thrown out one time in game 1. So not a perfect 100% anymore, but still pretty good numbers early in the season. Carter misses the zone on a 1-2 pitch. Now the count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes, 1 out. Runner at first is Garcia. The hitter is Zoe Smithson. Smithson was 0 for 3 in game 1. She's 1 for 2 so far in this one. Singled in her first at bat. So Dorsus enters or exits with a lead. Oh, that ball's going to get to the fence. This could score a run. Stop sign up at third base. Nice job to get it in quickly. That was Kaylee Hackett in center. I think she really wanted to cut that ball off. Just could not quite get to it, and it does end up getting to the fence. So a double for Smithson. Back-to-back hits for Pacific Lutheran. They might be right in business here in the top of the 5th inning. I said all was not lost for the Lutes. Definitely not. They've got the tying run standing at second base. For Pacific Lutheran, that is the first time they've got back-to-back hits today. I'm going to double-check that fact. Good hard fastball, it looked like, from Bree Carter for strike 1. 1 out, runners on first and second. The hitter is now Molly House, 0 for 1 with a walk in this game. House walked twice in the first one. Good eye at the plate, good disciplined approach. Here's the pitch from Carter. House got it, tags it into left. 1 run is in, just that one. As there's now runners at first and third. Runners at first and third in a 3-2 ball game all of a sudden. And Pacific Lutheran might be looking for more. Now it's 3 hits in a row for the Lutes.
Now batting, the catcher, number 11, Casey Wright.
You could argue Lynchburg had the 3-1 lead, but now it feels like the Lutes have the momentum. 3 singles in a row. They're still just 1 out with runners on first and third. Good spot from Carter. That nips the edge for strike 1. Casey Wright is the hitter. 0 for 1 with a walk herself. Wright was 0 for 3 in the first game. Yeah, that was the first time in the day that Pacific Lutheran had gotten back-to-back hits, and now they've gotten 3 in a row. I actually could have smoothed that over by saying Lynchburg, it's the first time they've surrendered back-to-back hits, or now 3 in a row, which is also accurate. Lynchburg's pitching has been really good, bordering on great. It has been great at times. Emily Charlton was great. She was better than good. She was great.
Turn your attention to first base.
Running change at first.
From the Lutes, number 16, Cyan Yamamoto.
This is number 16, Cyan Yamamoto, back in the game. She led off game 1 for the Lutes, and she's now in at first base as a pinch runner. 0-1 count for Bree Carter, facing Casey Wright, the catcher for Pacific Lutheran. She, like her counterpart, Carly Hudnall, have done all the catching duties in this doubleheader so far. Back-to-back games behind the dish for these 2 catchers. 1-1 count in a 1-run ball game. 3-2 Lynchburg at the moment. Here's the pitch from Carter. Went inside. Soft contact. Flared over to the right. And that's an out. Madison Barnes coming on to make what was really a relatively easy grab in the end. 2 outs now. With the left-handed hitting Riley Wada up.
Second base, number 7, Riley Wada.
3-2 ball game. Wada is 1 for 2. Reached on error as well, so she's not been retired in this game yet. She was 0 for 3 in the first game. Reached on a couple errors in game 1. Interesting. Small sample size, but she's got on board 3 times with errors. perhaps her speed is an element into those errors. All those infielders, they have that internal clock. They know how fast a runner is. Sometimes you see them out of the corner of your eye when you're fielding the ground ball, and you know, hey, I've got to hurry. Sometimes in hurrying, you can make an error. Riley Wada is one that we mentioned, does have some stats from last year. 376 last year. Paula Garcia hit 389 last season. Wada will spray this one into left. Lynchburg's there, though, and the inning is over, but it was a run-scoring inning for the Lutes. They got the 3 straight base hits. They score 1, strand 2, and all of a sudden we've got ourselves a 1-run game. 3-2 Hornets going to the bottom of the 5th. Rachel Trevis is back in for the Lutes. Pitching in the bottom of the 5th inning. She is on in relief of Paige Wilson, who I thought, really did pitch pretty good. Again, outside of the 2 obvious home runs from Sarah Watts. Didn't see a lot of bad pitches from Paige Wilson, and you could even argue those weren't terrible pitches. Sarah Watts is just on that level right now, an absolute tear for the sophomore from South Boston, Sarah Watts. But right now, it should be the shortstop, Georgia Thompson, up. It is the shortstop, Georgia Thompson, up. Trevis, I said again because we saw her at the tail end of game 1, the 3-0 Lynchburg win. Trevis relieved Rachel Reinhardt in that game. So this will now be appearance number 4 on the season for the tall right-hander, Rachel Trevis. Georgia Thompson is up for Lynchburg, 0 for 1. Swats at the first and fouls it back. Georgia Thompson is now 1 for 6 on the season. This is start number 3. She has driven in 1. Sacrifice bunt in there as well. And she'll get ready to try it again against Trevis. That ball floated in, and it is a ball. Georgia Thompson just 1 at bat last year. 0 for 1, 0 for 1 last year in 15 games played. Not a real big sample size. Georgia Thompson swings through that. Lexi Powell is on deck. Addison Walter, the third baseman, waits in the hole for Lynchburg offensively, and then it'll be back to the top of the lineup. We are in the bottom of the 5th. Swing and a miss. Thompson went after high heat, and that is a strikeout. And it will bring up Lexi Powell. 0 for 1 with a ground out to third in this one. Trevias has been called for the illegal pitch. A foot must be on the ground at all times in softball, and this is an interesting one. Even the coach wants the full explanation on this one. You also have the lanes that you paint out there on the field that you have to stay in. Those get obliterated as the game goes on, as you can see from the dirt circle there, fans. So I don't know if she was out of the lane, if she was too wide. Based on the ump's body language, I think he is saying that a foot came off the ground. And typically it will be that back foot that comes up because the front foot as you stride, as one of the Pacific Lutheran players will also wipe off the rubber out there. But Yeah, so it's an illegal pitch. It's a 2-2 count. I think most of our softball fans watching know about the illegal pitch. You're going to see those every so often, especially at the lower levels. In high school and at junior varsity, when the pitchers are learning the full windmill motion and they're just getting more speed and strength, a lot of times the back foot will come up really without trying to. You're not trying to intentionally do it, but you're throwing so much momentum and force at home plate that it can be difficult sometimes to keep the back foot down. So that's something that some pitchers have to learn. You can see the dirt kick out there. And it's another one, much like a lot of things in sports, sometimes you can get away with it being off the ground, and some umpires won't call it. If it's close, sometimes they'll give you the benefit of the doubt, and then you'll play a game every so often where you have an umpire that calls like a dozen of them in a game. If you watch enough softball, you'll see that. But it can be definitely frustrating for a pitcher, obviously. But I thought that was good of the umpire to go out there and give the explanation, because that's another one. Some umpires will just kind of say to the coach or the pitcher, yeah, you were illegal. Back foot came up, whatever. Floats in after a couple foul balls, and now all of a sudden, oh, that was ball 4, yeah. I thought it was ball 4 myself. Well, no, the umpire's going to call her back. Interesting. Or okay. Yeah, the field umpire's saying the same thing as well. Now Coach Dawn Simmons is going to come over and ask the question. Now the umpires will talk again. So we'll have a little mini delay here to figure out the count and the situation. On a cloudy day in Central Virginia. Very nice to play, though. It's really good temperature-wise out there. Looks like the umpires have both said, yeah, it's just a full count now. Coach Dawn Simmons is talking about it. There were a couple foul balls from Lexi Powell. I'm second-guessing. Lexi Powell is still hitting, right? Yeah. The right fielder is 0 for 1 in the game, as things have ground to a halt a bit here. Just trying to listen in a bit to the conversation. I don't know that Coach Dawn Simmons is satisfied with the answer, but she'll walk back to the third base coach's box. So it is. It's still Georgia Thompson. Yeah, Lexi Powell's not up yet. We thought Georgia Thompson got struck out, but it was an illegal pitch, and she's still hitting. Come on, Georgia Thompson. Foul ball. Let's make the at-bat go even longer. That's how out of it I am. That's how long this at-bat is taking. I thought Lexi Powell was up. There's nobody out in the bottom of the 5th in a one-run game. Georgia Thompson thought she got struck out. It was an illegal pitch. She's fouled at least 3 off. Here we go again. Another foul ball. This one deeper. Almost got into the parking lot. At this point, Georgia Thompson should consider paying rent. She's been in this batter's box so long. Squatters' rights up there for Georgia Thompson. We got to get the ball back. And now we're ready for another full count offering from Rachel Trevis. Here comes the pitch. Another foul ball, this time to the left side. Yeah, a lengthy at bat. This makes all those long rounds of BP worth it, where you do like 3 rounds of 10 or something like that in your practice to get you ready for this. Tim LaDuca has confirmed that it is a 12-pitch at bat if you count the illegal pitch. So pitch number 13 or 12, depending on how you're scoring that, I guess, or depending on how you think about it. Comes in, and it's another foul ball. This is so much fun now. It's about as fun as a foul ball fest can be. Pitch number 14. Pitch number 14 total. One was an illegal pitch, but it did, took some time to throw it. Actually, took a bunch of time because we've had multiple discussions with the umpires. This ball might stay in the catching zone. It is in foul territory, but it's an out, so a very lengthy at-bat will come to an end. And there's one out. There's one out after a pop-up that the first baseman, Molly House, catches. We're in the bottom of the fifth. Lexi Powell probably feels like she's been sitting in the starting blocks for about 20 minutes. We need to go back and check the footage and see how long that at-bat was from start to finish, because we did. We had a conference at the mound after the illegal pitch for the umpire to discuss that with the pitcher and coach. And then the umpires had to get together and see if they had the count right. And between all that, we had multiple foul balls. Lexi Powell under one, right field, couple steps back, and the catch is made by Zoe Smithson. A much shorter at-bat pitch-wise and chronologically. Gives us our second out of the inning. New pitcher. New hitter, not a new pitcher, excuse me. It is a new hitter, Bree Hodges, in the game for Lynchburg. Bree Hodges had to get Coach Dawn Simmons' attention and say, hey, come down here and relay the changes and let the umpire know that I'm in the game hitting. Bree Hodges is hitting 1 for 3 so far in the season, .333, driven in 1. And she's taken a walk as well. Another interesting difference between baseball and softball. In baseball, the player can just tell the umpire 26 for 3. You could just tell the umpire, hey, I'm subbing in. 26 is going in for 3. Umpire makes the change on the scorecard. In softball, I don't know if it's a rule or it's just tradition/preference that the coach will relay that change. Maybe part of it is in softball, the third base coach's box is a little bit closer than baseball. So they're just right there. It could be simpler to do it that way. 1-0 count for Bree Hodges. And there's no need to do all the comparisons between baseball and softball. I'm sure softball fans are tired of that over the years. But it's an interesting one. It's just a little interesting thing. 2-0 count for Bree Hodges. Hitting in the spot that Addison Walter started. Hodges likes this, drives it to right, but the catch will be made by Zoe Smithson. So the inning is over. Through 5 complete, our score is still 3-2. Lynchburg leading Pacific Lutheran. We are going to get a new pitcher for Lynchburg. It is Amela Clausen in the game. This is now appearance number 3 for Amela Clausen. Still no earned runs for Clausen. She's surrendered 5 hits, struck out 3, walked 1. Addison Walter re-enters to play third base after the pinch hitter, Bree Hodges. And we did go back and find out the length of the Georgia Thompson at bat. It was 7 minutes and 19 seconds. 7 minutes and 19 seconds total that Georgia Thompson spent in the batter's box for her at bat from start to finish. From the moment she stepped a foot in to when that catch was made in foul territory. Georgia Thompson. Of course, there were some delays in there. It wasn't all just pitches. Few delays. but fun nonetheless. The next 2 outs were pretty quick. As Powell flew out, Hodges flew out. Clausen is facing 7, 8, 9 in the 6th inning. Pacific Lutheran down by 1. They were actually down by 1 at this point in game 1. Lynchburg added 2 insurance runs in the bottom of the 6th inning. And I'm sure the Hornets will be looking to do the same in the 6th inning here with the leadoff, Carly Hudnall, to start it in the bottom of the 6th. But Lynchburg has to get there first. Clausen coming at you from the left side. Good power action on the fastball there. Clausen sporting the long black sleeves. It's a little chilly out here in Lynchburg. Some blankets, some jackets, those sorts of things. Ball 4, as Clausen has walked Brooke Tilson.
Now batting,
Number 23, the DP, Leslie Main is back in. Amela Clausen is a senior from Fletcher, North Carolina, one of 4 from the Tar Heel State for Lynchburg. Leslie Main has 1 hit on the season thus far. Scratch that, she has 2. She had a pinch hit appearance in game 1 where she got a hit. Showed bunt there and fouled it off. And the count is now 0-1. Sarah Watts would be due up 5th next inning for Lynchburg. Another bunt. Third baseman Walter comes across, rifle to first base for the first out of the inning. Just from a personal preference, I would love to see Sarah Watts hit again. If you're a Lutes fan, you probably would not like to see Sarah Watts hit again. And in fact, just from a pure game standpoint, Sarah Watts is the 5th hitter. So if she comes up next inning, that means there are some runners on base. That would mean that Pacific Lutheran did not set the Hornets down in order in the bottom of the 6th. We are in the top of the 6th. 3-2 ball game. Clausen pitching to the 9-hole hitter, Brooklyn Gutierrez. 0 for 1 with a hit by pitch. Gutierrez has played a good third base for the Lutes. I'm such a fan of different nicknames. I really haven't talked enough about how I love that nickname, the Lutes, for Pacific Lutheran University. A Division III national championship in softball in 2012. They won NAIA championships in 92 and 88. It is a storied tradition for Pacific Lutheran. 27 and 16 last year. They would like to improve on that, of course. The Lutes offer men's rowing, which is cool. They've had some success in other sports as well. And remember, they won a football national championship. Yeah, 1999 Division III national champions in football for the Lutes, who compete in the Northwest Conference. Clausen's got a 3-1 count on Gutierrez. That's another miss. It's 2 walks in the inning for Amela Clausen. A sacrifice bunt sandwiched in there. We're going to get another pitching change. Dawn Simmons will make an adjustment in the circle for Lynchburg. We'll figure that out and get back to you in just a moment. 1-run ball game with the Lutes threatening in the top of the 6th. Kaylee Dorsis back in the circle for Lynchburg. She started this game as the pitcher, relieved by Bree Carter first and then Amela Clausen. Clausen gets just 3 hitters. There were 2 walks and a sacrifice bunt in there in this 6th inning. And now Dorsis gets the call back to the mound. Mask back on here. And this is one that can be confusing sometimes if you don't watch a lot of softball. You can go back to the starting pitcher. We did have a pinch running move there. Brooklyn Gutierrez drew the walk. She comes out. It's Arabella Perez that goes in. So Perez is running at first now. Brooke Tilson, the shortstop, stands at second. And we have a pinch hitter. This is Abri Capana back in, another freshman from Hawaii. Hitting with runners on first and second. Facing Dorsis, who is back out to try to get the rare win and save in the same game. I believe that would be the case. We're double checking on that. We're double checking. I know that the rules say you can't save your own game, but wouldn't that be exactly what Dorsis is doing right now? 1-0 count. I mean, maybe we could just put an asterisk in there. Although in the box score, it would show the pitching changes, so fans would be able to, in retrospect, see that Dorsis started and then also relieved. 2-0 count. Dorsis has got to come across here to the pinch hitter, Capana. 1-0 count, or 2-0 count rather, with 1 out. I'm sorry. That looked closer from Dorsis. Going to call it a ball. 3-0 count now. Dorsis has got to figure out a tight zone here in maybe a tight situation. No maybes about that. It is tension time in a 1-run game. Lynchburg on top 3-2. 1 out with runners on. That one's right down Broadway for strike 1. Pacific Lutheran, 2 runs on 5 hits. They have walked, I believe, with these 2 in this inning. That's Pacific Lutheran's 2nd and 3rd walks of the game. Hit batter in there as well. Swung on and fouled. Now the count is full. Lynchburg has 3 runs on just 3 hits. 2 of those were home runs from Sarah Watts. 2 solo shots, 1 to right, 1 to left. What a day for Sarah Watts. She's 5 for 5 between the 2 games and due up 5th next inning. See if Lynchburg gets there. Ball 4. High, out of the hand. Didn't come back in the zone enough. And it's a walk. It's 2 straight walks, and now that's actually walk 5 of the game for Pacific Lutheran. They've walked 3 times. They've walked thrice in the inning. 3-2 ball game. Bases are loaded now. 1 out. You got options here as a defense. A sub. J.C. Simpliciano re-entered to run. Simpliciano back in that spot. She just got pinch hit for. She's right back there at first base to run. The hitter is Paula Garcia. Garcia led the team in average last year, 389, homer 10 times, 13 doubles, swings on the first. It's under the glove of Georgia Thompson. Play at home. Good strong throw. The tag from Hudnall got her there. Lynchburg cuts down the go-ahead run at home. What a rifle from Taliumtua. An error by the shortstop allows the tying run to come in, but Taliumtua wasted no time getting that ball in and just missiled it to home. Tag applied by Carly Hudnall, who was ready for the moment there. 3-3 ball game, though. We are knotted up. Trays apiece. And there are runners at the corners with 2 outs now. First and third defense could be critical here. Let's see how Lynchburg plays the steal. Zoe Smithson back in the game. She's 2 for 3 in this one. Wants the first one. This ball is out of play. Strike 1. 3-3 ball game. Smithson was 1 for 2 off of Dorsis. Kaylee Dorsis back in the circle. This is a lot of fun right here. Lynchburg won the first game 3-0. This is shaping up to be a great finish. What a play. What a throw from Tully Umptua. That's really tough as a left fielder. A lot of times you've been standing out there for a while. Arm gets kind of cold. Legs get cold. Maybe it might just lose a little bit of focus. Tully Umptua did not. She was ready for that one. Sometimes after an error as well, it's easy to kind of feel sorry for yourself or your team. She just scooped that ball up and chunked it on home. 1-1 count. Smithson got under this. Should be a relatively easy grab in center field. Yes, catch made, inning over. Damage done for the Lutes. They tie it up. 1 run on no hits. 2 runs left on. And now let's see if Lynchburg can answer in the bottom of the 6th inning. All right, it's the bottom of the 6th inning at Moon Field. The day is waning and the light is dying here. And in the dying light, can Lynchburg snatch a victory away and stay undefeated on the season? 5-0 start to the year for Lynchburg. They got up 3-1 in this ball game, but solo runs in 5 and 6 rather, for Pacific Lutheran have got us tied up at 3 apiece. The leadoff hitter is the catcher, Carly Hudnall. I mentioned the light. I mentioned they called it an illegal pitch again. Illegal pitch on Travis again. So it is a 1-0 count. Ball in the dirt. Now it's 2-0. Two-0 count now on Carly Hudnall. He's in the middle of talking about the light. It's just a cloudy day here as we get past 5:30 East Coast time. That's worth mentioning because Pacific Lutheran, probably so many of their fans are on West Coast time. But anyway, or maybe even further in Hawaii. Maybe some in Mountain Time. You never know. Anyway, back to the light out here, which is important. We don't have a ton of softball left. We're in the bottom of the 6th inning. It is cloudy. On a sunny day, we could probably play till about 6:15. Hudnall has beat that one out. Great wheels out of the batter's box from the lefty slapper. That's a base hit. Her first of the game, second of the day. At this point in the year, I think, again, with no clouds, you could probably play till 6:15, maybe even 6:30 possibly. But now, on a cloudy day, I don't know how much softball we have left. I think we've still got a good 15 or 20 minutes. And I think vision is still fine. We're not in that point yet where you worry about seeing the ball or anything. Tully Umptua will put down a picture-perfect sacrifice bunt. That'll move Hudnall up to second base. That's the go-ahead run right now for Lynchburg in scoring position. Haley Martin, the DP, will step in to swing it. She is 0 for 1 with a sacrifice bunt today. Sacrifice bunt for Haley Martin. Going to try to swing it here. Need a base hit to score Carly Hudnall. Good speed there. So she could score on a single. And watch out for a potential stolen base or advancement on a pass ball, dirt ball. Got to be really sharp defensively here if you're Casey Wright, the catcher for Pacific Lutheran, and I would argue that you got to be sharp with every spot defensively in this situation. 0-1 count on Haley Martin. So, yeah, we got a good 20 minutes of softball still, fans. I don't know how many extra innings we could get in, though, in this one. That had some bend to it. Maybe a good power curve from Trevis. Every time I've wanted to talk about softball pitches and how many options there are, something big has happened, like a Sarah Watts home run. So have to save that for Tuesday if I'm on the broadcast. Swing and a miss there. She pulled the string. That was a great changeup. 1-2 count. That was one of those parachute changeups. I'll call it that because it's almost like the ball is going out, like it's dropped out of the plane as the bomb, and then the parachute comes out, and it slows down drastically. Fun pitch. Might have gone to it again. She was on that. Martin rips that into center. Hudnall got held up at third, then a bobble play at the plate. Did she get in? No, out there. Feet first slide by Carly Hudnall. Cannot believe it. It was bang, bang at the plate. Good piece of hitting from Martin to laser that into center field. Coach Simmons was going to hold Hudnall there. There was a slight misplay at second base on the relay, but the throw was strong and on target home. Still a runner in scoring position. Pretty good base running there by Martin to not get caught being a spectator at first. When she saw the throw going home to get Hudnall, Martin then took off to second base. So that's good. In scoring position again for Madison Barnes. 0 for 2 on the day. Popped up to the second baseman. Grounded out to the shortstop. Seen 2 good plays at home. Pop up from Barnes, second base again. Inning is over. We're still tied. 3 apiece heading to the 7th at Moon Field.
Lynchburg at the bottom.
We have seen some thrilling moments in this game. Thrilling moments in the entire day, but in this game, think about this. We've seen outs in the top of the 6th inning and the bottom of the 6th inning recorded at home. Players getting thrown out at home. It's been that kind of an exciting game. We've seen 2 home runs from Sarah Watts, and now Sarah Watts will get another at bat because we do have a tie game, and Lynchburg did not get a go-ahead run there in the bottom of the 6th. How do you pitch to Sarah Watts? If you're Pacific Lutheran, you better be thinking about that right now. Lutheran's got the first base runner on. Maybe not. Lexi Powell with the rifle got her at first. The old 9-3 put out. We have seen everything in this game. Lexi Powell, she took a great ball out of the sky to end game number 1 or towards the end of game number 1. I said it was the no-fly zone over there. Maybe it's the no-base hit zone as Lexi Powell coming on with the bazooka from right field for the first out. Big swing here. This is down the line, but foul. Oh, boy. Casey Wright jumped all over that first pitch offering from Kaylee Dorsis. And Dorsis, of course, is still out there in relief of Clausen, who came on in relief of Bree Carter, who relieved Kaylee Dorsis. Yes, Kaylee Dorsis started this game. Complete game from Charlton in game 1 for the win. Complete game shutout for Lynchburg. That should not be lost in all the craziness and the excitement. 9-3. You get to record that on your scorecard if you're scoring at home. And if you're scoring at home, hats off to you. You are a true softball fan. We love that. We love the fact that you're watching. Whether you've been here the entire day or just the last few seconds, thank you for tuning in to the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Dorsis, little backhand on a comebacker, and then rocks it over to first base for the second out of the inning. So far, so good for Lynchburg defensively. Lexi Powell, she gets high marks from me. Riley Woodda is up with 2 outs. Likes the first one, squared it up, but it's right at the shortstop, Georgia Thompson. And it's a 3-up, 3-down inning for Pacific Lutheran. Let's see if the Hornets can walk it off here in the bottom of the 7th. Number 7, Sarah Watts, is due up first. She's due up right now in this inning, the bottom of the 7th. I might have mistakenly said that she was coming up second. No, she is leading off for Lynchburg. All she's done is hit a home run to right and a home run to left. In the first game, she was 3 for 3 with a double. Sarah Watts has not been retired on this Friday on Moon Field. How do you pitch to her if you're Pacific Lutheran? You got to be careful, but you can't just put her on or walk her. I mean, I guess you can, but conventional wisdom would say you're not just going to give a free pass to the game-winning run. We are tied up 3-3 in the bottom of the 7th. The light is fading at Moon Field. Change up in the dirt. Watts takes it. 2-0 count. It better be a big green light here for Sarah Watts. Some of the old school fans would say you take a pitch right here, especially with the pitcher under some pressure. I don't want to handcuff Sarah Watts if I'm the coach. Turn her loose, let her do her thing. It was a good hard fastball right down the middle for strike 1. 2-1 count. Nobody out. Kaylee Hackett is on deck. Georgia Thompson in the hole. Could be change, could be reinforcement time, maybe some different options, some matchups off the bench possibly for Dawn Simmons. Let's see. Here's the pitch. Watts wants it, drills it into the gap. It'll stay in the yard, bounces off the fence. Watts rip and run around first, and it's a stand-up double. You cannot keep Sarah Watts off the bases in this one. High wattage does it again with her second double of the day. 6 for 6, 2 doubles and 2 home runs. Have a career day, Sarah Watts. The sophomore from South Boston is incredible. I am amazed. The power plant the Electric Factory. Sarah Watts. Mound Conference here. Sarah Watts. Let's just look at it again. Sarah Watts with the wattage. She was 1 for 8 coming into the game. That number was at 125 for the batting average. So add a 6 for 6 day between the two games to that. And that makes her now 7 for 14. She's 500 now. In one day, in one afternoon of softball, Sarah Watts took her average from 125 to 500. Those 2 home runs and 2 doubles represent her first extra base hits of the season as well. She is on second base with nobody out. Sacrifice bunt coming from Kaylee Hackett. Assume it's a sacrifice bunt anyway. Signals from Coach Dawn Simmons in the third base coach's box. Coach Simmons looking for win number 696 in this game. Yes, I said that. Closing in on 700. We'll have a bigger celebration when she gets to that large mark there. If and when, not to jinx. I don't really believe in jinxes, but we'll just throw it out there. 2-0 count. Hackett is ready. Let's see if the bunt is on again. It is. That hit her as she was coming out of the box. Foul ball. Oh, no. Umpire called her out. Said that Hackett was out of the box. This is going to get some dispute from Coach Simmons. Whew. We have seen some close calls in this one. I do not envy our umpires. There have been some very close ones. It's an out. We're going to get a pinch hitter, by the way. Wow. 21, Anna Grace Terrell in the game. To pinch hit. Yes. This is in Georgia Thompson's spot. Anna Grace Terrell is 1 for 3 so far this season. Struck out once and walked twice. There is one out. There's one out after Kaylee Hackett laid down what we thought was just going to be a foul ball, but the umpire ruled that she hit that ball as she was out of the batter's box. Terrell will take strike 1. We really have seen a little bit of everything now. That is not broadcaster sensationalizing or anything. We've seen it all in this game. Outfield play. We've had multiple times where outfielders have thrown people out. Tully Umptua threw out a runner at home to preserve the tie ball game for Lynchburg. Lexi Powell threw out what would have been the go-ahead run at first. Big rip there from Terrell. Like that. Good swing. Looks like she's ready for the moment. Not too big for her. Another North Carolina product. Anna Grace Terrell, a junior. On deck for Lynchburg would be the senior, Lexi Powell, who made some nice snazzy grabs in the field. Terrell up the middle. Let's see if they send her. They will hold the runner at third. Ball nearly skipped by the catcher. Winning run is on third base. Runner at first is pretty insignificant there. Good job for Terrell. Way to swing the bat. But the runner on first is insignificant. Now, if you're Lynchburg, you could get her to second to take away the double play, which is a little bit more rare in softball, but does happen. A double play would end the inning, obviously, and send us to the 8th. Sub in. Lexi Powell will not be the one swinging the bat. For Lynchburg, it will instead be Alex DiNardo. DiNardo will get the call. A chance to win the ball game for Lynchburg. Winning run is Sarah Watts at third base. It would be poetic and proper, in my opinion, if Sarah Watts were to score that winning run based on the day that she has had. 3 for 3 in this game with a double and 2 homers. 3 for 3 in the first game for Sarah Watts. She represents the winning run. Got to be careful on pass balls here if you're the Lutes. Lynchburg undefeated at 5-0. Trying to stay perfect on the 2024 campaign. Runner at first is Anna Grace Terrell. Pressure moments here. Tension is building. Ripped down the left field line, but foul. Nice swing right there from Alex DiNardo. Alex DiNardo's hitless on the year, 0 for 3. Small sample size for the sophomore from Moseley, Virginia. Alex DiNardo, 1-2 count. Third baseman Addison Walter is up next in the batting order anyway. Again, might get another change. Alex DiNardo looking to be the hero for Lynchburg. Here's the pitch. Foul ball. This is just everything you want from a college softball game. And we're going to get another change. This is a running change with with 2 strikes rather. There's one out. I'm sorry. There's one out. Look at the fans rolling in. The fans on campus have heard about what a great ball game that we have, and they're coming down, which is great. I think the crowd's been really good all day, been into it. Lutes would love to get a victory here. Pinch runner was Caitlin Regan at first. Here comes a 1-2 delivery to Alex DiNardo. Over the second baseman's head, and it's a walk-off victory for Lynchburg. They score it 4-3. It is Sarah Watts with the winning run. How about Alex DiNardo ripping a single into right center field? Hornets stay perfect on the season, 6-0 on the year for Lynchburg. They win game number 1, 3-0. A walk-off win in game 2, 4-3. Sarah Watts was the star of the show all day, but the supporting cast was award-winning as well. Lynchburg with 2 great wins. We have had a blast bringing it to you. Thank you for watching, fans. We'll have interviews and recaps and all that great stuff on the website and the social media destinations. 2 nice ones here for Lynchburg. Back in action Tuesday for a doubleheader hosting Greensboro. Hope you can stick it out or check it out with us, fans, live here at Moonfield or on LHSN. Big thank you to Evan and Ricky, camera guys for today, camera operators. Laura and Josh were incredible on the productions. My guy, Tim LaDuca, always my co-pilot. And fans, thank you for watching. This was a fun day. Congrats to Lynchburg on 2 great wins. Tough luck for Pacific Lutheran. I think they got a great squad. Appreciate them coming down here and making it happen with us today. And we hope you enjoyed watching. We'll say so long here from Moonfield, everybody. Lynchburg wins game 1, 3-0. They take game 2, 4-3 in walk-off fashion. Alex DiNardo driving in Sarah Watts for the game-winning run. We'll do it again soon, softball fans. Good night.